The first item on our agenda today is a proclamation for Elder Abuse Awareness Month with Kim Dubois. So Kim, if you want to step forward to receive this from us, and I'll read the proclamation.
Rest of the staff.
And everyone else,
yes.
We'll have a few moments for some comments if you'd like to make some more explanation of this or the services we provide after we read the proclamation.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you. A proclamation of the Board of County Commissioners of Pitkin County, Colorado, recognizing Elder Abuse Awareness Month. Whereas Pitkin County's older adults are valued members of our community, and whereas abuse of older adults is a tragedy inflicted on a vulnerable segment of the population, and an ever-increasing problem in today's society that crosses all socio-economic boundaries. And whereas elder abuse is most often defined as any act that harms an older adult or jeopardizes his or her health or welfare. And whereas combating abuse of older adults will help improve the quality of life for all citizens of our communities and county and country, and will allow older adults to continue to live as independently as possible to contribute to the life and vibrancy of Pitkin County. Whereas Pitkin County's older adults should be treated with respect and dignity as they continue to serve as leaders, mentors, volunteers, and important and active members of our community. Whereas the well-being of Pitkin County's older adults is in the interest of all and further adds the well-being for Pitkin County's citizens and community. Whereas Pitkin County honors the countless contributions of our older adults and recognizes all efforts to end elder abuse as vital to the interests of the citizens of this county. Now, therefore, be it proclaimed by the Board of County Commissioners that June is Elder Abuse Awareness Month in Pitkin County, dated this 22nd day of June 2011.
Thank you.
Thank you, Kim.
Thank you.
Thanks
Now-
for what you all do in the community.
Stay here.
Stay here.
Not that easy. Yeah.
Where's,
I'll let you hold that. Thank you. And just suggest anything you'd like to for our viewing public. I'll get in touch with you.
First of all, I'd like to introduce Amy Davis and Lori Krett, and they work providing child welfare services as well as adult protection services. If people are at risk or they feel like they're being neglected or other people feel like they're being neglected or abused, please call us at 429-2040 extension 1. If it's an emergency, please feel free to call 911 as well, and we're available 24 hours, 7 days a week. And we have noticed in the last couple of years that our referrals for adult protection are increasing. We went from virtually none to about 30 a year in the last couple of years. And we attribute some of that to the increasing aging population here. Sometimes people are more isolated because they've relocated here from another area. Their kids are living outside of the community. Caretakers sometimes struggle with the care of people and get stressed out and things happen. The other piece is financial exploitation, which is more prevalent here, but it's prevalent actually anywhere you go. It doesn't matter whether it's a Social Security check or other things. People still sometimes take advantage of situations. So we want people to call us. We're here, we're available, and we're here to listen.
Thank you very much for all your service. We really appreciate it. I would ask our manager, are there any additions or deletions to today's agenda?
Yes, we have one proposed addition, which is under consent actions, a resolution appointing citizen board members.
Okay. Do we need a motion to add that to that?
so moved? Second?
It has been moved and seconded.
Was that under consent?
Consent.
Consent action, yeah.
Thank you.
There's no further discussion. All in favor?
Aye.
Thank you.
The other item that we had discussed yesterday is continuing our executive session discussion, which I assume would be at the end of the meeting.
Okay. Thank you very much for that.
And I do have copies of that resolution.
Okay, perfect. I just wanted to ask that. review that. That seems to be what we had discussed in the work session yesterday. Thank you. We will now move on to the public comment section of today's agenda. This is a chance for any citizen to bring matters forward to the board for our awareness. I am not seeing anyone raise their hand today, but again, for the viewing audience, we have a regular meeting twice a month, the second and last Wednesday at noon, and that would be an opportunity to bring ideas forward to us or certainly comment to us individually throughout the month. There being none, I will close the public comment section for this portion of the meeting and go to commissioner comments. Does anyone want to start? George or Jack? Jack, why don't you go ahead?
I'll just start off by saying it appears, even with less than ideal weather, Food and Wine was a great success, a lot of fun, and I will mention special thanks to the volunteers. Even though there's a trade-off there, boy, they sure work a long day. So thanks to the volunteers for Food and Wine, and of course all our Pickens County volunteers for all our events and our citizen boards. That's it.
George?
Yeah, yesterday was the first day of summer, and with that, we kick off a whole slew of activities and events that we enjoy here at Pickens County. Certainly starting from the Food and Wine Classic, Jazz Aspen this coming weekend, then the Ideas Festival with the Aspen Institute, the MAA kicks off, Aspen Theater kicks off, and of course all the outdoor pursuits from hiking to biking to climbing and gardening, and there's so much to do in so little time. So everyone get out there and enjoy it and take advantage of all the wonderful opportunities we have living here in Pickens County.
Thank you. Bob, your comments?
I think those comments were very well said, so.
Okay. Michael, anything? No. Okay, thank you. Well, I'm going to ask our staff to help me fill in on the details on this to make sure I get it right, but I want to be sure to invite the public to the opening of and the celebration of the Drosky purchase, which is coming up next week on the 28th. I see Barb over there. I don't know if you'd like to do more details or correct me if I get anything wrong, but I think that party starts at the town park.
Town Rec Center by the rodeo lot at 3 p.m.
Town Rec Center by the rodeo lot at 3 p.m. There will be refreshments. It's a celebration of the many communities and individuals who have helped contribute to this outstanding purchase. That certainly includes the city of Aspen, and hats off to Jeff Woods with their Parks and Recreation Department, the town of Snowmass Village. Hats off to their town manager and their board for moving forward with a question to help with the funding. Aspen Valley Land Trust, who has contributed and helped us with private contributions. GoCo Colorado, who's a major funder. The Drosky family themselves in their negotiations with us and working out an agreement that we could all live with. And this is going to be something that we're going to see people hiking and moving up the mountain. Bikes and horses are welcome, as well as individual pedestrians. And so that's Tuesday, June 28th, beginning at 3 p.m. up in Snowmass Village. This is a piece of property that I think contributes now to a broader swath of open space parcels that would be 2,500 acres in total. And it is something that is critically important for the migrating elk and the elk herd as they move back and forth across that area up to the Snowmass Maroon Bells Wilderness. So this is really something for our community to be very proud of itself. And I think our final thanks have to go to the taxpayers of Pickens County who have long supported our open space programs and our preservation of character and natural environment in our community. So that was one item I wanted to bring forward. And the second is simply to acknowledge that we will not have another regular meeting until July 13th. Summer is starting to fly by already. I notice we're scheduling as far out as late August, which makes me a little sad. But I think that with the 4th of July coming up and the celebration of Americans' independence and all the festivities which we will be enjoying here in town, it is important to remember those who will not be home for the 4th of July, watermelon, apple pies, and barbecues, those who are abroad fighting on our behalf in Iraq, Afghanistan, and perhaps stationed across the world in other posts, and to those families who have sacrificed and lost loved ones, who are going to be helping loved ones who've been disabled by this war, and their communities. And so I would like to ask for a moment of silence to pray for some peace of mind and respite for those individuals, and hopefully to see an end of these sort of war actions. Thank you. We will now move on to the consent actions of our agenda. The first item is the minutes of May 9th and the June 6th special meeting and the June 8th regular meeting. The second item is a resolution appointing independent referees, hearing officers, to hear taxpayers' appeals of Pickens County Assessor's valuation and developing a list of persons qualified to act as arbiters of property valuation disputes. And the third item is was recently added to the agenda, and that is a resolution appointing citizen board members. Is there a second?
Rachel, I'd like to just ask, I can do it during an open discussion, but hold the independent referees just to ask a question on that.
Okay, is it okay if we...
We can do it in open discussion for all
discussion
three.
Okay,
Yeah.
so is there a second on the motion?
Second.
Okay, thank you. Now we'll go into discussion.
On the resolution appointing citizen board members, I notice under the Redstone Historic Preservation Committee, we have Kathy Montgomery as an alternate with a term expiring April 1, 2009.
I just noticed that too. That should be 2013. I was going to bring that up myself. I apologize.
Okay.
And then my other question was, I know we discussed this yesterday, but I forget how that ended out. On the library board, were we going to try to stagger that a term, one of those appointees versus having them all expire at the same time?
How it will work out over time is you'll have blocks of library board members up at the same time, since it's a 7-member board. But the way that the terms are going to work is you will have 2 to 3, or if we stay with the 7 members, 4 to 3 up at the same time. And so.
Great, thanks.
Was that 2013?
2013.
Okay.
Okay, there we go. So now we will move on. Are there any other questions on any of the other two items? Jack?
Yeah, I'd like to just clarify, because I know we've had a brief discussion on this, but John, on the library board, okay, these are 13. The next group of people might be 4. I'm not really sure because I don't have it before me. Will they be appointed for 4 years, and then we get into how?
No, as appointments come in front of you for the library board from now on, they will be for 2-year terms, consistent with the charter. Correct.
Okay, that I missed. So the charter dictates only 2 years, unlike many of our other boards. Good. Thanks for that clarification.
Okay, so we're through with those two items now?
I'd like to just make one comment. I don't know if Rob was also going on the same. Mine is quick. Thanks to those who have offered to do the appeals and be, as well as be arbitrators. This is a tough job, and I really appreciate the board's action on this, because when we appoint someone, we have professional approach, consistency, with a lot of background. When you read the resumes, they're pretty great. So my hat's off to all these people that have volunteered to work for us and do a very tough job and even-handed.
They don't actually volunteer.
Well, they volunteer to be on the list to work for us.
Yeah, and
So that's an improper articulation, I'm sure, George.
I think you covered this, Jack, but certainly we always have a challenge when there's more than one qualified applicant for a given post. I think we wish we could put everyone on the board, but we often have to make difficult decisions. And so thanks to those who have put their names in who have not necessarily received appointments, and we look forward to finding ways to utilize their talents and have them serve in the future. Good comments on that. Rob, we'll now move on to that third item, which is the...
Well, that's the item that we're
yeah,
talking
or
about.
excuse me, the second item on here.
Yeah, I just I wanted to reiterate what Jack's saying. Thanks for all the people that get involved, whether it's a paid position with the county or a volunteer position with the county. And I just had a question. All three of these applicants have been hearing officers before, although maybe we can have an explanation for my benefit and for the audience benefit on the application process and appointment process of these applicants. It's clear that their resumes are very detailed with a lot of good experience. I'm just not sure what the process is that these individuals went through. We're obviously appointing them now.
Jeanette, would you like to come
Yeah, your
forward
appointment.
and just identify yourself for the record?
Jeanette Jones, clerk to the commissioners. You are making the appointment today. That's why this is before you. Every year, statutorily, I put a notice in the paper for the BOE to convene on July 1st. At the same time, I put an ad, kind of short ad out in the paper, letting folks know that we are going to be making these appointments and that they are welcome to apply. And these are the only three, and these have been consistent, I think, the last 3 or 4 years.
So this is partially...
Or have an interest in it.
This is clearly on the recommendation of the county clerk's office and the fact that they've previously served and served well.
Yes, exactly.
Great.
Any other questions? And just by way of process, these are the initial hearing officers as people protest their, if they should, their property tax assessments. If they're not satisfied with the resolution that comes from the time with the hearing officer, they then also can move on to appeal that to the Board of County Commissioners acting as the Board of Equalization? Acting as...
They can appeal to the state. They can appeal, there's 3 other appeal processes. One is to the state, BAA. Another one is to district court or arbitration. And who you're putting on the list today, those 2 arbitrators.
Okay, but what about the step when we hear the protests when people do not agree with the hearing officer? Aren't those...
You are appointing hearing officers to serve for you.
The other one, I think we talk about the Board of Equalization, another process.
Or are you talking the abatement
Yes,
process?
okay, I apologize.
That's
where I became
okay.
confused.
That's okay. That's a whole different process. If they have gone through this process, they cannot go to the abatement process. So you won't see these particular folks.
Okay, thank you very much.
Sure.
We have a motion on the table to approve all 3 items that has been seconded. Is there any further board discussion? Okay. All in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Very good. Thank you very much, Jeanette. The next item on our agenda, maybe Jeanette as well, is a consent public hearing on the special events liquor license permit for the Friends of the Aspen Animal Shelter. Let's see, who would like to present for this? Is that you, Jeanette?
Yeah, that's from that. Yeah. And I have Seth Saxon and her chick here with us. Would you like to come up? Sure. Can we just sit here? Or?
Well, I think it'd be best to come up.
I try.
Want to be on the outside?
Dan, do you want to go? Okay. Maybe because Seth would like to take advantage of grassroots and...
Sure. Yeah, I always like to get a plug. So we're having an event on July 23rd.
And introduce yourself.
Okay. I'm Seth Saxon, and with the Aspen Animal Shelter and representing Friends of the Aspen Animal Shelter today. And we're bringing we have our annual event every summer, and it raises money for Friends of the Aspen Animal Shelter. We neuter dogs for free throughout the valley, so if anybody wants a free neuter for your dog or your husband, call us at 544-0206. And we also use the money to pay medical bills for animals in need and just do good things for the animals. And so on July 23rd, our event is, in years past we've brought Cesar Milan, we had Bernadette Peters here, and this year we're bringing Victoria Stillwell, who has a show on the Animal Planet. It's called It's Me or the Dog. She's a dog trainer. She's actually in competition with Cesar Milan. She's right at his heels. And then we'll have Wayne Pacelli will be in attendance, who's the CEO of the Humane Society of the United States, and he's buddies with all of us, and he'll come and meet and greet with everybody. And then John Oates is going to be in attendance, and he's also going to play at our private dinner party we're having. He's going to play some acoustic guitar and sing and talk to people. So it's going to be a really fun event, and it kicks off with our luncheon that's on Saturday, July 23rd at about 11:30, and we're going to have the lunch and liquor. So nice transition.
If they approve.
Yes, please. Well, we can always serve water.
And how do people get in touch with you about tickets?
They can call us at 544-0206 at the shelter. They can also call our nonprofit line at 927-1771. And they can also go to our website, dogsaspen.com.
Thank you. Board members, do we have any questions regarding this application? Michael and then Jack.
Where's it being held, Seth?
At the animal shelter.
At the animal shelter?
Yeah, so we have, the luncheon is at the shelter, and then we'll go on with the day. And usually we have our evening event at the District Theater where our star performs. But we decided this year to do it at the shelter. And so we're going to put a tent in the parking lot, and that's where Victoria will go on stage, and she's going to train some dogs on stage and speak with everyone. Then we have a private dinner party at one of our board members' homes.
And so the special events permitting committee has reviewed plans for parking at the shelter and everything like that?
Yes.
Okay, thank you. Jack?
Yeah, no question, but a comment. I want to very much mention that we appreciate what the Friends of the Animal Shelter do. It's helped absolutely make this a sustainable program in conjunction, of course, with the partnership between City of Aspen and Dickens. So keep doing a great job, all of you all, and the board members too. Thanks.
Thanks. Appreciate it.
I will open the public hearing on this item. Is there anyone here who would care to comment? There being none, I will close the public hearing section for this item and
Move to approve. Second.
we have a motion and we have a second. Is there further discussion? There being none, all in favor?
Aye.
There you go.
Thanks.
Thank you so much. Thanks for your continued work on this.
All right, thanks, guys.
Do you need volunteer dogs to train?
I'll talk to you. He's got some cool dogs, actually.
All right, we will now move forward to the consent public hearings, second reading section of our agenda. We have two items. One is a resolution ratifying the abandonment of conditional water rights on Smuggler Mountain. And the next item is a resolution approving and authorizing the execution of the stipulation and agreement in the matter of water court case number 08CW186. Both of these items are being brought forward by our county attorney. For discussion's sake, is there a motion to approve these two items?
So moved.
Is there a second? Okay, and this is a public hearing. We'll take public comment after John gives us a brief description of these two items.
Rachel, the board first entertained a first reading on both of these resolutions at the last regular meeting. The first one concerns water rights on Smuggler Mountain. Prior to the county and the city's acquisition of Smuggler Mountain open space areas, the property was owned and controlled by Will Wilkinson. And during the course of his ownership, he filed on and obtained a conditional water right to do a variety of different activities on Smuggler Mountain. For the most part, the water rights were associated with, at the time, his schemes for or plans for development of the mountain. The water rights came with a final decree for establishing the conditional water rights that contained many restrictions and limitations on those water rights. Such a list of restrictions that pursuit of perfection of these water rights to make them absolute and usable by the city and the county on Smuggler Mountain really is not feasible. And so we are going to abandon these water rights along with the city and our joint interest in those water rights. The second item has to do with, and it's a little blank from just looking at the agenda title, referring to a case number, but it has to do with Crystal Lake, which is just east of town, up by the Aspen Club subdivision. The lake for many years was filled by a small lateral ditch running from Salvation Ditch into the lake. And that particular use of water was never decreed nor recognized as part of the Salvation water rights and their decreed uses. What the owners of that particular structure, Crystal Lake, have done is to apply for a water right to fill the lake out of the Roaring Fork River directly. We joined the case just to make sure that there wasn't anything adverse to the county's interest or stream flow concerns in the fill of Crystal Lake. We were also concerned that the undecreed use of the Salvation Ditch water rights would cease, and both of those things have been accomplished, and so we'd like to enter a stipulation and conclude our involvement in that case.
Thank you. Are there more questions on this, Jack?
Yeah, a couple. On the first one, relative to the abandonment of a conditional water right on Smuggler Mountain. John, did the county and the city, when we entered into negotiations and arrived at a price, put any value, monetary value to these water rights?
No.
Was that part of the mechanizations of trying to figure out whether it was a good deal or not?
Not at all. The water rights came along to the city and the county as part of the acquisition of the real property, and they were included within the conveyance of the real property, but there was no value attributable to these particular water rights, basically because of their condition, that they're only conditional water rights. They were never perfected, and because of limitations on use. For example, they were for irrigation of an orchard, for servicing single-family residents that were planned by Wilkinson up on Smuggler Mountain, which are obviously not going to be built now, and so there really is no utility to the water rights.
And so it appears that these water rights are actually, they were not ever any very valuable. Could have he actually perfected them for development and gone all the steps? Because you've looked at the steps and you've said not any real value here and can't use them for our open space, but for development, could have he actually got that done?
He could have perfected the water rights, but only upon realizing the use for those water rights. So he would have had to develop an area on the mountain for actual irrigation. He would have had to receive and then develop residential improvements on the property and attribute the water to that use. And once those uses were established, he could have moved forward to make the water rights absolute. But that, of course, never happened.
Yeah, good. Thank you.
Further board questions? There being none, I would ask, are there any public comments on these matters? There being none, I will close the public hearing on this item. And let's see, we already have a motion
First and a second.
So all those in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Okay, there we go. We will now move on to consent actions, first reading, set for public hearing on July 13th. The first is an ordinance accepting the conveyance of the Simpson Family Trust interest in the tariff mining claim and authorizing the execution of the necessary conveyance documents. And the second is an ordinance accepting a parking and trail easement from Richard D. Spazzari. And let's see, I think, John, perhaps if you want to explain the first one, either of you two, because I know it says Brian Pettit, but he is out of town at this time.
Yeah, Brian wasn't able to be here, and I don't know, John, maybe I'll do the quick version and you can fill in the details. This is a mining claim that we own a proportional interest in. With the Simpson Family Trust, last year in July, we extinguished the development rights on this. We've received $100,000 of our portion of extinguishing those development rights through TDR. At this point, the Simpson Family Trust would like to convey the remaining ownership of the property to the county. It is at no additional cost. There, again, are no development rights on the property. We hold about 40 mining claims right now in various areas throughout the county. This appears to be potentially a good acquisition, possibly from an open space and trails perspective, but possibly to consolidate ownership under one roof. And the other, I think, interested party may be Ski Co, given its proximity to Ruthie's Lift there. But we're going to go through a project really to inventory all of our properties and identify those properties as either having open space and trail value. Do they have transportation corridor value, or have we acquired them over time without a future plan, potentially putting together a list for liquidation along the lines of what's appropriate for us to maintain or not. This property would go into that analysis if you accept it today, and we'd either look at it, I think, from an open space and trail perspective or approaching Ski Co for liquidation of ownership.
Thank you. Michael?
Do we have a map of the location of this for the public?
We can pretty quickly. If I can figure out how to put the Elmo on here.
Turn that red button first.
Thank you. I think the projector's still warming up.
Do we have any other questions in the meantime? Jack?
Yeah, I guess I'll address this one to John Healy. Well, you want to do this first then?
Move out the way. Audience.
You can enlarge it if you need to, John, with that silver thing above. Yeah.
Like point some of the landmarks out there, Ruthie's Restaurant.
Yeah.
This is Ruthie's Lift. This is Lift 1A.
So yeah, Ruthie's Restaurant, and as Rob was pointing out, Lift 1A. And then the Cariff mining claim is outlined in red right here, so you can see its proximity to the ski area. Does that help, Michael?
Yeah, it helps. I think it helps the public.
Sure.
Because when we talk about these things without any kind of context, it's hard for the public to understand what we're doing. The other property boundaries that are in purple now, are those Pickens County properties too, or are they just mining claims?
The ones outlined in purple are county mining claims. So that's part of the 40, that we own. And so there is an opportunity, as you can see, where we could consolidate some of those. And that's where I think we need to inventory all of those properties and really work with open space and trails, road and bridge, and figure out the appropriateness of either having those for a public purpose in the future, or whether they may be better liquidated and put back into private ownership.
Or as we had that last hearing about property on the backside of Little Annie, and they granted some easements for us. Even though some of these easements are not necessarily dead-ended, but they're not totally connected to anything.
Right.
It's worthwhile to collect these things because in the future and in a larger picture, they might become valuable links or trails or locations that are not apparent today.
Absolutely, and that would be, I think, part of our discussion with open space and trails to try and look into the future and see where those connections may make sense from a trail perspective. And
Yeah, I would just say I think there's been considerable effort through the rural and remote zoning to extinguish development rights in these areas, and including this one, which was a little bit of an anomaly because it was a shared interest in ownership between the county and a private party, hence the TDR that was sold and the extinguishment of development rights there. So I really don't see us proceeding to a path of putting them back in private ownership, but considering which is the best form and how they should be managed is clearly of a challenge.
correct, and obviously not all the areas have had extinguished development rights, and that's where we'd be working with community development and such to develop an appropriate list and set of recommendations for you.
Thank you. Rob?
Can John or John give an explanation of the overlapping here and the definition of a mining claim versus, you know, the property itself, or what exactly are we talking about here with the legal description of this piece of property?
This is a mining claim. It's a load claim as opposed to a placer claim. It was established sometime, in the Silver days, I'm assuming. The peculiar shape has to do with the sequence of patents that were filed on the surrounding mining claims as well as that one. So you get this sort of a quilt sort of geometric shape thing going on. The loads were patented by the United States and therefore at that time became private property. The private property was maintained as such when essentially when the price of silver was up. After the mining bust in the early 1900s, a lot of properties went to tax sale, and because of the economic environment of the time, no one was bidding on these properties, and so they were struck to the county. Not all of the properties were struck to the county, though, or at least not all the properties in their entirety. Sometimes fractional interests were struck to the county, and other fractional interests were maintained as private ownership. And this particular load, the county came to acquire, 13 30-seconds, and 19 30-seconds remained in private ownership. And it stayed that way all the way to the present day.
Fascinating history.
Yeah. And there are sometimes property line disputes on some of those claims too, and overlapping
Sure.
agents, the chain of title over time is sometimes in dispute. Mike?
The Tariff Act of 1890 was probably the source of the name of this thing, and it raised tariffs in this country on foreign goods to 50%, and that was under William McKinley when he was a representative. So that's probably a commemoration because the date and the name are close.
Probably has nothing to do with anyone who worked in town at a saloon.
Okay. Jack?
Yeah, I'd like to ask John Ely a question. We have a prepared resolution. Is it reasonable to include the fact that this transaction, it didn't occur only out of the goodness of someone's heart. There's a TDR involved and money involved. Why wouldn't we articulate that in the reso?
No reason not to. Ordinance, actually.
Excuse me.
And the proceeds from the sale of the TDR. Actually, I'm not even sure if the TDR has been sold yet. I have to check with Suzanne Wolf over at ComDev to see if that thing has been transacted.
But it's agreed.
But there was an agreed upon sum that was to be paid to the county, and that has been paid to the county. We've received $100,000 in spite of the declining value for TDRs in the current construction market. So no, there's no reason at all not to recite that, to include within the body of the ordinance a more complete history of how the property came to be 100% owned by the county.
Yeah, the board certainly could have a different opinion, but it seems, I mean, at the end of the day, when this is over, this will be the record. So it seems reasonable to put some mention in a recital about the TDR, and, we could say certainly agreed, because it probably isn't issued yet, and the monetary value. So could, whenever the time comes for a motion, I would certainly like to amend.
Okay. These are being set for public hearing. I think that we could possibly, do we have to amend it now? Or
We could direct.
You can, exactly.
direct it when it comes back?
Right on.
We'll
Much more
have more
efficient.
detail in there. Okay, and is there any any further discussion on this item? There being none, let's move on to the ordinance accepting a parking and trail easement. Are there any board questions on that item? And there is a map in our packets, I think.
Do we have a map for the public?
Shoot. Same map. I mean, the process. Well, while we're doing that, Rachel, I would just request us to also include in a recital for this ordinance the same thing, because it's there is apparently a TDR, constrained lot TDR in here.
And now, I agree with that, but when we use this type of projector, it doesn't link to Grassroots the same way. I mean, is Grassroots able to have the image?
Yeah. They do.
Okay.
Yeah.
Okay, well, I'm just looking at the screen
The
here back there. I
resolution
just-
is not as,
Oh, much better.
Okay, so you have a direct feed of the image.
I can't see like when you highlight anything, but I can see.
But are you, meaning you're seeing the image right here, or you're seeing it directly into your screen?
I get the feed of the image.
they get
I
a
don't
feed
see
from
it.
the Elmo. Yeah.
Okay, thank you.
And so you can see if I'm pointing out on that.
But can the public,
Yeah.
that's what the public sees, Rachel, you're right. I don't see.
No, the public sees exactly what you see on the screen
They
right
just
now.
can't pick up.
Okay,
Yeah.
there it is, there it is.
Okay, now.
They don't pick up if someone is sitting there and using the laser pointer
Right.
right there.
Thank you. We'll get used to this new technology soon enough. Thank you, Grassroots. So if you would point out the parcel and the,
So the proposed parking and trail easement is, Art, do you want to do this? Actually, but.
I'm happy to do it.
Okay.
So there's a tiny corner of Mr. Spazzeri's property that goes on the other side of Highway 82, right here. And when we built the East Aspen Trail along there, it encroached onto this property right there. So there's a portion of a existing parking area that's also in that triangle. So they're proposing to grant a permanent parking and trail easement on that portion of the property. Currently, we've been functioning under a license, which is revocable.
okay. And this is kind of the culmination with all the technical details of an agreement that was reached back in '08.
That's correct. I think Mr. Spazzeri might have come in for land use approvals on his property, and this encroachment was realized, and then he came to do a constrained lot TDR on that, and conditioned upon that was his granting a permanent parking and trail easement.
Thank you.
So
George?
just wanted to touch on that.
Are there restrictions for overnight parking?
There are, yes, no overnight parking.
Was this an area where there was use as overnight parking by a camper for many, many years?
There was an area closer to the main pullout, which is where the viewing station is. I don't think it's on this map here. That area, there was some occurrence of overnight parking. I don't think that's been happening lately, though.
So this would be signage for no overnight parking?
If appropriate, I don't think there's any signage there currently, but if we feel that's appropriate, we'll put signs up. And I know there's signs at the end of parking.
Okay, any further questions for Barb on this matter? And there is no public hearing on this. The public hearing will be coming up on July 13th, and we will see these maps again, I'm pretty sure. So is there a motion to approve these two items and move them forward for public hearing?
I'd like to make that motion.
Second.
Okay. Any further discussion? Nope. All in favor signify by saying aye. Aye. Thank you very much. Some lights back on for us. We are now going to go into the administrative public hearing, second reading, resolution authorizing Pickens County Clerk and Recorder to conduct the November 1, 2011 election by mail
I
ballot.
apologize, Rachel, I was supposed to go out, I was writing.
No, I was just going to ask that we have a little 5-minute break first.
Oh,
anyhow,
okay.
Let the public know what's coming up, because this and the next few items may be longer items. So we'll take a 5-minute break, Bastards, and get it going.
Switch those two?
It's now about 10 to 1 on Wednesday, June 22nd, and you're at the regular meeting of the BOCC. If you're just tuning in on Grassroots, we are on item number 8 of our agenda, the administrative public hearing, second reading. We have a full board and panel to discuss this. It is the resolution authorizing Pickens County Clerk and Recorder to conduct the November 1st, 2011 election by mail ballot. And so, I think that would put you up first.
Okay.
Just identify yourself for the record.
First, I'd like to make introductions, and then I'd like to ask you, or make a suggestion, ask you how we could proceed. To my right, I am Janice Voss, Caudill, Pickens County Clerk and Recorder, and to my right, I have our Pickens County Election Manager, Dwight Shellman, and to my left, I have our Chief Deputy Clerk with Pickens County for the last 30 years, Linda Gustafson, who I'm sure everybody knows. Okay. What I'd like to do is do an overview of my recommendation, but also in the packet we provided for you, there are a few key points, and I'd like to go over them. I brought Dwight here to talk about election-related projects we need to work on, and Linda to talk about sustainability of operations. Okay. And I also provided some statistics, some information I'll go over for the public. So what I want to start with first is to let the public know that implementing polling place elections annually is unsustainable for our department. And that is why I'm recommending a mail ballot election. The recommendation I made to the board, just for public record, is I'm recommending the board approve a 2011 coordinated mail ballot election because as it is a solution to address the challenging economic climate, budget constraints confronted by the county and other local government entities and political subdivisions. It addresses cost efficiencies associated with mail ballot elections, the positive district reaction to the prospect of mail ballot, the convenience to voters, and the growing acceptance of voting by mail. Virtually every county in the state of Colorado is conducting mail ballot elections, 61 out of 64. Sustainable work, it addresses the unsustainable work hours accommodated by exempt election personnel. It addresses costly overhead of additional staff to sustain polling place elections and mandated statutory operations. And ultimately, it helps us, it is imperative to help us provide for preparation for the 2012 presidential election, which we need to begin now to work on in order to be successful for next year. As you know, Colorado is a key state, which everybody's watching. So that's what I submitted to you. Okay. We've reviewed our resources, and we are looking at our fiscal responsibility within my department as well as the human resource. And what our focus now is on a successful coordinated election this year while working on preparation for the 2012 presidential election, and our focus is for successful implementation with excellence next year in Pickens County. Now, I want to define what is a coordinated election. We're talking about a coordinated election this year. Coordinated election is election coordinated at the local level, Pickens County level, and they are every odd year, versus a general election, which is an even year election, usually federal and state and local issues and candidates are on the ballot. It's usually a presidential year or a gubernatorial year, and we have political parties that are involved in even years, unlike odd years. Right? What I have behind Rachel is I'd like to go over the participants in this year's coordinated election, the odd year voter turnout for the community, for the audience, 2009 mail ballot that we implemented, the statistics from that, and what we're looking at for the 2011 voter registration statistics. Okay, so the participation this year so far, we know Carbondale will participate for us, the fire district. They have 850 registered voters in their district. Okay? And Redstone Sanitation District will also participate with us. There's 167. Roaring Fork School District will have candidates. There's 3,000. You should note that the attorney for the Roaring Fork School District contacted the Secretary of State's office and wanted to conduct their own mail ballot election when they found out Pickens County was going to implement a polling place, because they know voter turnout is higher and they want to implement their district cross-county equally, let's say that. CMC has candidates. They may pull out based on who's running. July 25th is the deadline for notification to us if you're going to coordinate. City of Aspen, we won't know whether they have questions until after July 18th, I am told. They may not. In Pickens County, yesterday we sat and spoke with you about a home rule charter. Okay. So that's the data. What I'd also like to review with you is odd year voter turnout. The average for odd year voter turnout is 2,800. Let's say 3,000. Right? In 2009, we mailed out 13,248 ballots. We mailed out to active registered voters, and we mailed out to inactive registered voters ballots. The return rate, ballots cast in the 2009 mail ballot, was 3678, and only 32 individuals returned their inactive failed to vote ballot. The return rate was 36, which is a little bit higher than the average. The average is about 20, 28 maybe. So it was a higher turnout. It's interesting to note also what was on that ballot. The Aspen School District, Pickens County had its Energy Smart question. Aspen had their instant runoff voting question, and
Local
marketing district. Crown Mountain. It's okay, Rachel. And Redstone. Redstone's back again this year. Now, what we're looking at this year as far as counts and for discussion is a 2011 coordinated election. We have 13,000, almost 14,000 registered voters. Of them, the active registered voters that we would mail ballots to is 7,829. Now, remember my return rate over here on odd years. Inactive voters who failed to vote in this last general election, but technically are considered active, will receive voter information cards in the mail, 3,500. Okay? And the returned mail or undeliverable mail we receive with registered voters is 18%. And we know that is. What that means is after every general election we send out cards or we cancel individuals who have not had activity in the previous 2-year general election. So that's about 7 years out, we cancel. So we're maintaining over a course of 7 years people that may have moved. Okay? So that's an example of what's in this. Now what we'll do this year, what we will be doing this year is we are now working with the Secretary of State to scrub the USPS, the United States Postal Service database. They are comparing the USPS database with the voter registration system in Pickens County, and for those addresses that are different, they will be or more current, they will be forwarding a card to those individuals asking them to go to the website to update your information or to send or contact us to update your information. That goes out on June 30th. Also, every 90 days, Pickens County will be doing a scrub with the NCOA, the National Change of Address. We'll be doing the same type of work with the NCOA, sending out an information card for people to update their information. 90 days before the election, we'll be sending out a voter information card to the inactive, failed to vote registered voters. Also within our department, we will be asking the front counter staff in the motor vehicle and the recording, when they wait on customers that come into our office, is your voter registration information up to date? We can look it up for you, and we can approach it that way. Pickandvotes.org is another option 24/7 to go online to update their voter registration, and we turn that over the very next day. Now, in a mail ballot election, the clerk's office is the service center. A mail ballot is a delivery system, and if anyone has any questions, they can call us, stop in, or go to the website, and we are able to help them. We mail the ballots 18 days before the election. We are open 8:30 to 4:30 daily. We will be open until 7 p.m. on election day. Anybody can stop by our office. Often during a general election, that's where people come. They come to our office, and then we send them back out to the polls. We're able to help them in our office, hand them a ballot right over the counter, and assist them. Okay? We will be working on a marketing campaign to complement this, because we know there are people who don't read the paper, watch TV, or listen to the radio. So we have that challenge of contacting those individuals. Again, I mentioned mail ballot, safe steps, because it is a one-stop shop. What we'd like to do is initiating our work on scrubbing the database, the voter registration system. We also want to track that data. We feel that by doing this, we will better prepare ourselves for the 2012 presidential election with more accurate information in our database, so we can better assist the community. Right? What I'd like to do is, I mentioned we want to review voter turnout, which I just did, and enfranchisement. Cost I would like to review, and then I'm going to hand it over to Dwight to talk about the workload that we work on before an election, and then to Linda for sustainability. I want to acknowledge Mick Ireland's letter, which he sent to you. Mick Ireland's letter focuses on statistics for general elections. We're talking about a coordinated election. He also talks about...
A letter?
Mick emailed us something for the public record several days ago, and I specifically requested that be printed out and put in our boxes. It was put in our boxes yesterday.
I thought he also emailed it to each individual commissioner.
He emailed it to us, and then I, again, requested that it be printed out so it could become part of the public record at the meeting. Because that's what he submitted for.
And I'm just going to make 2 points on it, Jack. He looks at the statistics for general elections, but he also addresses the young Aspenite who may move and not have permanent addresses. We're here to help them at our counter, and we can hand a ballot over the counter to them. A correct ballot versus going to the polls and maybe not going to the correct poll and receiving the correct ballot. A provisional ballot, I cannot guarantee you that ballot will be cast. It's based on where you live, what you receive, you vote on. Okay, that's very important for the community to know, to update their information, because it's based on what you vote on is where you live. We know that voter turnout is higher. The example I just gave you was from the attorney with the Roaring Fork School District. I know that 61 counties are implementing mail ballot. Garfield's been implementing mail ballot odd years since 1993. Eagle's been doing it for over a decade. It's not something new. We have a knowledgeable staff that is cross-trained to assist anybody that walks through our door, anybody that calls us, or anybody that uses our website. I think it's important that individuals take personal responsibility. We talked about that a little bit at our strategic planning session on Monday. People need to take personal responsibility to update their information. It's important. The next thing I want to touch base on is cost. We have submitted to you baseline, minimum costs in order to switch from a budget from a mail ballot to a polling place, and that's $28,000. But it's not sustainable, and Linda will address that, and I can give you some statistics on that after Dwight talks to you. If we continue polling place elections, it's imperative that we add another person to our staff to help us with elections. And if we do that, and considering costs and implementing mail ballots as polling place versus mail ballot, I projected minimum $653,000 5 years out. I personally think it's closer to $750,000 if you want to proceed with polling place elections over the next 5 years. Okay? What I'd like to do now is discuss the projects that we need to implement this next year in preparation for the 2012 presidential, which we need to begin now. So I'll let Dwight talk about that.
Thank you. First of all, just to be clear about the 5-year cost projection that Janice provided to you, those are the resources that we believe we require if we are to continue implementing polling place elections every year, including in odd-numbered years.
It includes the projection for polling place. No, it's above and beyond. We need the assistance every year, but it also incorporates the additional costs in a polling place election in odd years.
The only thing I wanted to make clear is that nobody is proposing to you that we eliminate polling places in even-numbered year elections. That's not what we're talking about.
Statutorily, we have to have polling places. We will have all the polling places up next year, mail ballot for 2 weeks, early voting for 2 weeks, mail ballot, provisional ballot, VOCC. That's all in place for next year.
Didn't the Clerks Association recommend going to all mail ballots for general elections and requiring all counties to do that?
Carol Murray submitted a bill for
From the
mail
Clerks
ballot,
Association?
but no, it was not from the Clerks Association,
Okay.
and she pulled it. We can also, one thing that has changed is we can ask you to do a mail ballot for a primary. We are discussing that. We don't, if you choose,
Rob, you have a question?
Yeah, because I think it's crucially important. Can you just back up about a minute there and reiterate those numbers in terms of the 5-year, the additional staff? The $28,000 number was in our packet as an additional increase to this year budgetary for mail ballot for this year. But we're talking sustainability, long-term,
thank you.
the additional labor of additional staff member potentially to have this consistent year in, year out. I just want to understand that number.
What happens is in a mail ballot year and then a general election, which is a polling place, you have the ebb and flow. In a mail ballot, you can catch up from last year. You can work on the implementation for next year. Okay? And you can prepare. So you have the ebb and flow. In a polling place election every year, you can't sustain that speed. You can't. Over the last 5 years, the pace of increased election activity, the demand, is greater in the last 5 years than the previous 20 years put together. Okay? So the cost projection I gave you was $654,000 to hire a person and to implement the mail ballots every other, not the mail ballots, the polling place elections every other year.
And just so I'm clear, that $654,000 is additional beyond what we already budget.
It's additional beyond what we already budget.
So that's not the budget for the next 5 years. That's additional
above
beyond
and beyond
what we are already projecting our
in
budget.
order to sustain. And I think it's closer to $750,000. We do minimum.
And are you making a commitment that the clerk's office will not be asking for any additional staff over the next 5 years, regardless of this matter?
We discussed it, and the recommendation we're making is mail ballots, because we know with the staffing we have now, the expertise I have now, we know we can work with the ebb and flows.
Okay, and so you are making a commitment that if it's all mail ballots, you would not need additional staffing over the next 5 years, because this cost is being put forward as this is what it will save us. Is that a flat commitment?
I don't think we can make such a commitment because we have no idea what's going to happen to the law, what new requirements are going to be imposed on us. What we're telling you is that if we want to do polling place elections every odd-numbered years based on the complexity of elections today,
That's our cost projection. If the legal and other complexity doesn't materially change, then I think we're comfortable making such a commitment.
Thank you.
But there's a lot of that's out of our control.
And with the snapshot now, it's what other counties do. They know they have the ebb and flow. It allows you to address the workloads that's been put off, catch up, and prepare for the next year.
George,
Just to correct or clarify one of Rob's statements, the supplemental budget request of $28,000 would be only in case we had to do a polling place, not if we went to mail elections.
Correct.
I thought I heard you say 28 for mail ballot elections.
That's 28 for polling places.
Additional 28,000. But our concern is
Sorry if
also.
I said that wrong. Yeah.
Michael's up and then Jeff.
Yeah, Rich, I have some difficulty with putting the county clerk on the spot about their budget for the next 5 years, because I would put myself in the same position and say, could I make that commitment? And quite frankly, I couldn't make that commitment. So I think that's an unfair question to ask of the county clerk. I mean, I can understand some desire to keep costs down, but I just think it's unfair. It's not a question that I could ask of you, so I'm not sure I could ask it of the county clerk, nor could I ask it of any other department head or the treasurer or the sheriff. So I would ask in general that we keep our costs in control, but I can't ask for commitment from any of those people.
And I can understand your point, Michael. I am simply saying if we're being given this information as part of a decision point for this item, then I would hope to not see a request come down the pike 6 months or 12 months down the line to say, well, actually, we still need more staffing, even though we conceded on an issue that certainly blends philosophy, history, and current practice and economics, and it's a very big challenge for all of us. Jack, you had your hand up for a comment.
Yeah, I certainly hope when we sit behind this table we can ask any question we want. If that's not the case, I may as well excuse myself now because I'm a questioner kind of guy. Janice, do you happen to have, you've thrown a number out there. We've not seen this number of 650 to 750,000. Do you have an analysis of that, what that means
Sure.
with you today?
What I based it on was, I don't have it with me right now.
In writing?
I don't have it in writing right now, but what I based it on was the average cost of increase or the savings for a mail ballot election versus a polling place election is between 25 and 35%. So when I project out using last year's general election, the cost, and I use that savings, I incorporated that as well as the cost of hiring a technician. And then I projected it out.
And that was the cost, just because I'm getting confused, as if we do a regular polling place in generals and...
Every year.
Yeah, okay. So that's the difference between a mail ballot in off years and a polling place election every year.
Full-blown every year. No.
I've had a chance to visit with Janice about this, and really, just like you said, Rachel, it's the additional staff costs that would cover all elections for doing polling place every year, and then the incremental costs in the odd years that you would have for doing the mail ballots, or not doing the polling place elections versus the mail ballots. And it does include some, I think, restructuring options to make that work through. It's a budget number. Obviously, if you make the decision to go forward with polling place, we would probably refine that, but I think right now it's a good budget number in terms of providing an estimate for you of what the additional cost would be.
And in working through our usual 5-year budgeting process.
Right.
So I can understand that.
Yeah,
Jack?
a clarification, because I thought I heard two different things. Janice said the $650,000 to $750,000 relates to polling place elections in odd years. John, you just said, I think I heard, each year of a polling place election.
Well, and just to be clear, I think I was saying the same thing as Janice, which is a polling place election every year. This is the budget increase that we would anticipate right now.
But wait a minute, there's a problem here, because in the regular year, I mean even years, you can't factor that into this, because that's what it is.
No, so you have the incremental cost for printing and temporary and that sort of thing that would just hit in your odd years.
So the $28,000 in 2 of those years, you're adding in. No.
What happens is, what we've done is we've limped along and hired temporary people. We can cost out temporary people because we're bringing them in specifically for election. With the complexity of elections, we need to train people. It takes 2 years to train an election manager. We need to train somebody and be on staff who understands the laws, because it's a litigious environment, who can help us with the customers, who can program our systems, and that's where the cost comes, because every year. Now we aren't costing out the additional help, because we need that, because we need to sustain that.
Okay, let me try to ask one clarifying question. And are you also telling us that essentially somewhere in that up to $750,000 number is also contained the increased cost of effectively and appropriately doing the general elections by polling place? So that our base budget is down here, is what, say, history, what we've done, but that contributing a significant amount of that $750,000 would be the mail-in ballots in the off years, but there will be an increased cost that we're going to be seeing and dealing with because of the complexity, because of the laws, even to do the general elections as well? Or is the $750,000 number over 5 years just about mail-in ballots, polling place elections in
This last year.
In odd years.
I based it on this last year's general election. Okay. So then I cost it out using that. And you're asking me, am I incorporating an increase? Because elections have increased in costs.
But I guess I'm just feeling that there's a really large number being thrown on the table, and it's not clear to me. I understand that processes are getting more expensive, period. But in a 5-year period, there's going to be 3 off-year elections. And you're saying each one of those effectively will cost you an additional $250,000 when averaged over the workload of your 5-year period? Or are you saying that over the 5-year period, to do all polling place ballots, so you're including the 2 generals, that those 2 of those generals count for some of that increase of up to $750,000?
What drives your cost is that employee full-time with benefits, okay, and an increase in wage.
Okay.
And then you're adding above and beyond the addition in the odd years costs out. And you very quickly you get that.
I'm going to re-ask that question,
Okay,
because I
thank
do
you.
think it is the most crucial, a very big number that's thrown out here, and it is a crucial consideration. So I'm going to try to re-ask it in a different way. Given the current state of elections today and the current laws, let's assume that factor doesn't change over the next 5 years. We have...
It doesn't change.
We don't know what's going to happen in the future. So currently we've got certain laws and understanding, and it takes time to understand and comply to those laws. And we know that it is getting harder and harder, and that cost is going up. But consider that we've got our budget for the next 5 years laid out. There are 2 scenarios here. One, general elections are always going to be polling places, and On this side, side A, we've got general elections as polling places, and we've got, I'm sorry, what's the term for non-general elections?
Odd year.
Odd year.
Coordinated elections. Coordinated elections as polling places. And then on this side, we've got general elections as polling places and coordinated elections as mail ballots. If we were to do polling places in the odd years in the coordinating elections, you're telling us that we would have to appropriate an additional $600,000 from somewhere to manage this system versus managing this system,
Exactly.
given all the factors stay the same.
Exactly.
And the reason because is the clerk's office would have to hire another full-time staff to address that 5-year span.
We won't every year be appropriating the temporaries we bring in. That's where your shift is.
Let me see if I can explain that. This gets very complicated. To do a polling place election, we traditionally have hired 1 or 2 or 3 temporary staff members to help in our office. They are working on election-related matters for that election. When somebody coordinates with us, participates on our ballot, we are permitted by law to allocate election-specific costs that we incur in order to, as part of including them on our ballot. We are permitted to allocate temporary staff members, but state law does not permit us to allocate the salary and benefits of full-time employees. We are not permitted to allocate our overhead. We are permitted to allocate costs we incur for the purpose of conducting that election. So that's one of the big numbers, because in order to maintain conducting a polling place election in odd-numbered years, we must hire another full-time employee. That cost not only is an additional cost to our department, obviously, but moreover, it cannot be allocated to the participating entities. Okay?
Sure, no, I can see where easily 5 years benefits and everything on a position, $50,000, $60,000 a year, that's $300,000. The cost of the election judges, the other items, it would begin to become a very costly procedure. I just have to say, I'm just not so sure we're not going to have to add additional full-time election staff anyhow, given the ongoing complexities and the changes that keep coming down the pike, and to ensure that we really have that type of enfranchisement that is the goal of all of us on either side of the table. So let's let you, Jack, if you want to finish your question, then we'll continue the presentation.
Real quick, and obviously my relationship over my years with the clerk's office has always been excellent, but we have a very strong disagreement here. And I'm not buying the number. There's no way I can do it. When I look at this year, we have, and it's represented in our documents starting back a couple weeks ago, $28,000 for the additional costs here. And I would expect that's like a budget number, you plug it in and it's higher or lower, etc., but that's a starting point. We have to start there. So essentially, unless I'm missing something, that takes care of this odd year election. So then we go to next year. Well, that's got to be a budgeted whatever. It's whatever it is. It's a general election. It's a polling place election. So there it is. And I expect 3 years from now, in 14, that happens too. So how did this number grow? I mean, I can see a couple $100,000 somewhere, no problem. But I'm trying to do the math, and I understand an average. HR will have to clarify, but an average is about $60,000, $65,000 for salary in the county. I'll see how we got to $650,000 to $750,000 if I multiply the additional staff and the $28,000 plus inflation, because we got to be fair. it's just a number that I can't digest, so
What-
enough said on that point for me.
What I take into consideration also is we allocate funds and charge the districts. So that, taking that into consideration, that lowers our costs. So $28,000 helps us with the baseline staples, supplies. It's going to be, this election will be more than what we estimate, but we know we will receive revenues.
Has some cost
Yeah,
sharing with other
yeah. So that's where you're,
So Jack, the incremental cost is probably in the $400,000 range once you start looking at the staff and then the incremental increases for the supplies, judges, and that sort of thing. And then you have a revenue decrease on the other side, which makes up the total fiscal impact to the city.
Where's the revenue decrease?
Because the way state law is structured, we can charge for direct costs associated with bringing on other districts. So as soon as we add another position that is going across multiple years, that becomes part of the overhead and part of the just base cost that we have to conduct an election, whether it be a coordinated election or a general election. And we can't bill that out. And so we have both an incremental cost increase, and that's, I think, what we keep mixing here, and then a revenue decrease. And the reason the number changed so much, I think, is, and I worked through this with Jan since our last meeting, is that we've been looking at this on a year-to-year basis. And the real challenge is looking at sustainability of running an elections program over multiple years, because we've got to do it every year. And when you look at the overtime that's been put in by our exempt staff, as well as our track record, not to put you on the spot, Dwight, but our track record of retaining elections directors, our turnover rate over the last, I believe, 17 years, about 2.5 years is how long they've
every
been
2 to 3
lasting.
years, we have to hire a new election manager.
And that, I think, points to between the amount of overtime that's being put in and that turnover rate. I think we've identified that there's a significant workload or environmental issue there. As elections have become more complicated, especially over the last 5 years, it is taking longer and longer to train up elections officials to be able to fulfill the roles that we expect of them, and to reduce our risk of having an error in what's become exponentially a more complex process, not driven by decisions this board's made or not driven by decisions we made locally, but decisions that have come down to us from the federal and the state level. And so that is why, when we looked at it over a long term, and believe me, I tend to be pretty tough on adding FTEs, and there was just too much here for us looking over a multiple number of years to say, no, you can just add a few more temporary staff every other year and make this work, because the sustainability bridges the multiple years. And so what's changed is previously Janice had come in and just asked for the incremental costs for additional supplies, judges, and whatnot to get through next year. And that would, if we did that, we could probably do that for another year. The question is then, what does our staff look like, and what does our capacity look like going into the presidential election in 2012, which promises to be a large election? And do we have the resources to pull that off, and then go right into another polling place cycle? Because these cycles now, because of the complexity leading up and on the back end, an election takes a year, even though it is within a. And so that is why the addition, when we really sat down and said, okay, if we're going to do this every year, how do we need to be organized? What's going to be sustainable so we're not turning over staff that we really can't afford to retrain from a risk perspective or cost perspective every 2.5 years?
Well, I can see where, hey, we're going to be starting budget next month, and even probably
right now.
initially right now.
Okay. Let's go forward
I
with
see
the rest
a
of the
new
presentation.
staff person here anyway. I just can't buy it. You know, the number.
Let's go forward. Michael, if you would like to make a comment now, please.
Well,
I'd like to
you
get
know,
us back on track with the presentation.
it's, and I want to get back on track too, because I think we've gotten off track. The discussion about trend and increasing costs is interesting, and something we need to consider. But really, I would like to consider it with figures in front of me. And I think that's one of the problems with the complexity of this discussion, is that we actually don't have any reference for it. So, but I can believe it in principle that it would cost more. However, the real issue is this election, this odd year election. And so I think what we can learn out of this discussion is this odd year election we can deal with, and we can ask Janice to come back and give us these figures. But I think we should deal with this election. Now there's trends in both money and personnel that Janice is referencing, and that's important. But really what's important is this odd year elections.
Gosh, I am sorry to try to keep us on track, and then also you bring up an important point, Michael. And the problem is, I do feel that we're probably going to be making this decision that has some effect on odd year elections henceforth, because we do a 5-year budget. And when we make the budget for 5 years based on this year's decision for this election, that is probably what's going to be plugged in for the 2013 and the 2015 year, or the 5-year budget, that all the rest of the many elements of balancing a county budget will center around. We're not going to leave it at the low number and then have an annual discussion of adding back in new staff and new personnel and new items. It is a complex item. I do think we are, in a sense, moving forward in all time for that off-year, odd-year election, versus having a board redo this every year and say, well, let's go back to the old way that we used to do it. So, I think it is worth discussing it more than the context of this election, whether we consider, last year was our 2 years ago was kind of our test year about doing all mail ballot.
But if I can respond, Rich, and I agree with you, but there's not only just the financial impacts of this decision, really there's a social impact and an enfranchisement aspect that we haven't talked about. So you would actually review it on an annual basis to make sure that a mail ballot is gathering and allowing participation in voters. And so you do that aside from cost, because I think if Janice's analysis was, or our analysis along with Janice, that the mail-in ballot was unsuccessful just on an enfranchisement basis, we would increase whatever it took to get enfranchisement. So there's multiple levels of this discussion, and if we just surround it with a figure that we don't have in front of us, that we don't have any documentation for, then I think we're all on track. That's all I'm saying. I agree we should look ahead, but we don't have those figures. We should discuss this year's election.
So let's get back to your presentation. If you remember where we were.
We're going to discuss this year's election by letting you know that how we need to prepare for the 2012 election, because that's key right now for us. So.
This now happens every year. I frequently have friends who call me, it happened in January of this year, saying, what are you going to do this year? Because there's no election. Well, there's always it used to be, back before 1993, we think, it used to be that there really was no off-year election, or they were very rare. As you can see, that is no longer the case. We have one every year. But I'd like to just give you an idea of the election department's workload this year, which is typical of all off years. The 2011 General Assembly passed 45 election-related pieces of legislation. we have to review all of our processes to remain in compliance with state law, because it has, in some cases, substantially changed state law. In that regard, we participate in approximately 14 working groups with the Secretary of State, which is kind of a time-consuming process of a telephone conference where we go through the legislation and we talk about what that means in real time in our offices about what we need to change. It's a very important process. It's very time-consuming, though. The same is true of Secretary of State rules, which are as binding on us on most matters as a statute of the General Assembly. They are very dynamic and changing constantly. As we discussed yesterday, we have some unique Pitkin County work to do this year. We need to amend the Home Rule Charter to address the campaign finance issues we highlighted yesterday, and we need to redistrict the Board of County Commissioner and voter precincts. Although from the presentation yesterday, it looks like there's not a lot of movement in the boundaries of the districts and of the precincts, ultimately, when we set the boundaries, when the board sets those boundaries, that requires anywhere between 80 and 160 hours of work by me in the voter registration database to update the address library, which is the data in that database that automatically assigns a particular voter at a particular residence to the proper BOCC district, voting precinct, and all of the other special districts that kind of overlay our county. I can't do that until after the coordinated election. I can't change the address library while we have an election in process. That means that that work will need to be done in December if we have the state legislative districts by then, which we may not, or in early January. In January of 2012, we are really honestly starting preparation for the 2012 primary election and general election. So it's a very short time period to do all of that work. It is possible this year that we may fall within the language minority rules, meaning that we have to provide ballots in both English and Spanish. We're still waiting on final census and Department of Justice data. We don't know that. But if we are determined to have to come into compliance with the language minority rules, that's going to be quite a lot of work. There are some pilot projects that we have been invited to participate in that are very important, and I just want you to know about them. First of all, at the last meeting, Tori was here and indicated a desire or a preference to move elections online. Well, there is such a pilot project. It's an online ballot delivery system for overseas voters. Denver, in the most recent municipal election in Denver, actually had an online ballot delivery and submission pilot. So this online environment is beginning to come into fruition. We really want to participate in that pilot because we want to be part of formulating the process for the entire state. The other very important pilot project is we are one of 5 counties that has been invited to participate in a risk-limiting post-election audit pilot project. This is, the entire state is required to move from our kind of randomly selected post-election audit model right now, which is incredibly time-consuming, to a risk-limiting model in 2014. The state has received a grant to implement this pilot. As I said, we are one of 5 counties. Ultimately, implementation of risk-limiting post-election audits will save money and save substantial time. But the purpose of this pilot is to devise a model that works in any county, regardless of population, and probably more importantly, regardless of equipment, hardware, and software. This goes to the absolute nub of election transparency and verifiability. There is no more important project, in my view, in this state than this project right now, and I'm really excited to be a part of it. In addition, we participate in the voter registration testing program. Every quarter, bugs are identified. Select counties participate. It's called UAT, which means user acceptance testing. We run through the bugs. We get a kind of a menu of items to perform, and we report the results. When the results are satisfactory to the Secretary of State from all of the participating counties, the database is modified accordingly. That takes time. Furthermore, we need to do a ADA audit of all of our polling places this year. That is due by August 3rd. In addition, all election officials, everyone at this table and others in our office, are required to obtain HAVA, Help America Vote Act certification. There's coursework work that we are required to do that, to do in order to obtain that certification, and it has to be updated and renewed. One of the results of having constantly changing legislation and rules is that we need to update all of our election judge training materials so the election judges are in compliance with the new legislation and rules. That's an incredibly time-consuming project. One of the big savings for us in conducting a mail ballot election is that we avoid virtually all of the election judges' training time, and a big component of that is updating the materials. And then in addition to that, just speaking for myself, I'm supposed to be a manager in my department, and I'll be the first to admit to you that I have basically completely neglected my administrative duties over the last year and a half trying to come up on this learning curve. Janice and Linda have effectively done my work for me, but that's part of my job, and I want to do that. And we're starting budgeting next week. So we have a full menu of items, and in addition to all of this, we need to run a coordinated election. What running a mail ballot election enables us to do is better allocate our resources so all of these very important topics receive the attention they deserve. It's hard, I think, for the public to understand, but polling place elections are, you just, until you see it, you just have no idea how much work they are. And I won't bore you with those details, but we need to do this work, and we need to do a great job in 2012. We can run this election by mail ballot, and we can do it excellently. And that's what we're asking you for. We'd like to show you what we can do on that. And I think we'll do it superbly. That's it.
One comment I want to make is there are many projects that are going on throughout the state with elections, and we say no to quite a few. So we are involved in a few and are excited about them. But there are many other projects that we've been invited to that we've turned down opportunities. So just, John Peacock so eloquently touched upon the next topics I was going to bring up, the sustainability. You discussed this pace over the last 4 years, 20 years of the previous 20 years combined. Dwight touched on the 45 bills that I have to start looking at. We had 80 last year that affected our department. The 2011 election season starts in August and ends in December. 2012 election season starts in January and it ends in December. That's above and beyond our entire workload in an office. John mentioned that sustainability for election deputies. Over the last 18 years, we've hired seven individuals. Every 2.5 years, 3 years, we have to hire a new deputy. They go through a general election, and they're burned out. Okay? We utilize our entire office to implement elections. We need the downtime, again, to catch up from last year, projects to postpone, to address what we need to in the office, and to prepare for next year. The other things going on in the department right now is clerk of the board. She just informed me 2 days ago she has above and beyond her work hour the next couple, 2-3 months, 240-hour projects to work on. We're implementing an upgrade in our recording registration system next year. It's a huge project. We'll have to postpone it to 2013. These are additional services to our customers that they're looking for. And they may be revenue generating concepts, so we have to postpone that as well. But I want Linda to address to you how the sustainability, this isn't sustainable in our department. And she has a full understanding of the operations department because she's worked as an election deputy in the past. And she understands how it affects the rest of the department.
Thanks, Janice. A lot of the things that I was going to hit on, other people have hit on. John, thank you. I'm hearing that you all understand how complex elections have become, and having been through elections for 30 years, I mean, just what's taken place in the past, 5 to 10 years it's like a runaway train that we're just feel like we're going to be run over in a minute. There's just so many changes that are taking place. It takes our entire staff to pull off a successful election. But in addition to that, we have to do everything that we do on a daily basis. Motor vehicles, record documents, Board of County Commissioners records. We have to sustain that and be able to, give customers good customer service. So the elections become over and above everything, and it really has a huge impact on all staff. Again, John hit on, we've had really, really good election managers, really smart people, and we've literally burned through them. And I watch it happen. I've watched it happen to these guys, to Janice, to even our prior clerk. The same thing. It's the elections piece that is just kind of like sucking the blood out of us. And it really hurts us to lose this election manager every 2 to 2.5 years because we start from nothing, and the systems and the laws are so complex that it just devastates us every time. Fortunately, Dwight has his legal background. He understands the laws by far better than anyone that I have seen. And I don't want to do the same thing to him that we've kind of done to everybody else. Just kind of burn through them. Dwight works, 60, 80 hours, not just, like the month before elections, but kind of ongoing. Janice, same thing. Dwight does all-nighters, they're here weekends. It just kind of goes on and on. It's high-stress position. You're under a microscope. Basically, you've got to do it perfect. That's what's expected. I personally, from my standpoint, after every presidential election, it's so brutal that I'm always like, I will not be here in 4 years because I'm not going to go through this again. And I kind of equate it to like childbirth, where I'm like, you kind of forget, and then there you are again in the midst of it, and you forget the pain, and there you are doing it again. It's fun and it's exciting, but it's also just extremely draining. And I don't know if everyone gets that. I kind of am hearing, which I'm happy to hear that you guys do understand. Let's see, what else did I want to hit on? It really is what Dwight's saying. It's that off year that gives us a break it's not like, it gives staff some recovery time, I mean, that's how the other county clerks are getting by, because they're all experiencing exactly what we're experiencing. I mean, this just kind of like unmanageable beast out there. It gives us the time to prepare for a presidential election or even a general election, which there's a lot of work to be done, and to work on all the projects that basically we just get pushed to the side and we never get to it, and we need to. So I know Pitkin County is a great place to work. I mean, I've been here 30 years and I love it. And I know you guys, value the quality of life. That's now, the sweet spot in the new strategic plan. And, I think it's just important that, everyone that works here also has a good work-life balance. So, when making your decision, I'd ask that you consider the long-term effects on staff in the clerk's office in general, and so that we can retain qualified, trained people to have successful elections and also provide good service in all areas of our office. So,
Thank you.
Thank you.
And I just want to conclude that, 4 main points is we're asking you to approve mail ballot election this year. We feel it will provide higher turnout, as demonstrated by the attorney for Roaring Fork School District. It'll allow us to work on scrubbing the database. We can track trends. It'll help, and even doing that will help us in providing our necessary focus is putting on a mail ballot election that will allow us to do what we need to do to prepare for a successful presidential, which is key, right? And, to be able to have the ups and downs in our department, we don't want to be forced to ask for another person. We work with the entire county. We work with the budget. We see that. We see that 3 weeks ago we eliminated 3 positions. We do not want to put anyone in that position.
Thank you. Additional, are you done with your presentation? Board, I know we all probably have some questions and comments. This is a public hearing. I'd like to open the public hearing and have us consider any of those comments before we move to our own discussion. So I will open the public hearing on the second reading of the mail ballot question. Is there anyone here who would like to comment on this matter? Tom, okay.
Hi, Tom Hogan, County Treasurer. You may have noticed in the audience there are several members of the county's leadership team here. And the reason we're here is to support Janice's request. As we're really concerned about the, sorry.
It was Linda's speech.
Yeah, you didn't get as emotional as you were supposed to.
Giving words about it.
Anyway, we're really concerned about the operational impact on the clerk's office, and beyond that, on the general fund as a whole. As you know, we balance our 5-year budget plan, and if we have to add $650,000 to $750,000 in the clerk's office in additional expenditures, we have to take it out of some other area and have, a service reduction there. And so that averages $130,000 to $150,000 a year, and 2/3 of the general fund budget is staff. So you're probably looking at reducing 2 more positions someplace else. And, to us, that makes no sense because, as they've demonstrated, the mail-in ballot actually has more participation than a polling place election. So, in a sense, you're decreasing service to the public by doing a polling place election, and you're going to have to decrease service to the public in some other area. So, we're in support. of the mail ballot. Thank you.
Thank you, Tom. Thomas captured that well, but certainly any other comments are welcome. This is a public hearing. Does anyone else like to speak to this matter at this time? Okay, there being none, we will close the public hearing, move this back to the board level. George, I see your hand going up first.
Yeah, first of all, I just wanted to say that I appreciate the Board of County Commissioners delaying this a little bit to allow me to participate in that discussion. I was able to view both meetings and read the packet, so I felt that I was sitting at the table, although I didn't have any opportunity to ask Janice or staff any questions. But I feel like I'm pretty much up to speed in terms of the issues that were addressed last time when the board approved this on first reading. So thank you, and I appreciate that. Janice, I just want to clarify a few points that I picked up from those viewings. I mean, I think you have it there, but just more so for my clarification. 2009 was the first time we did a mail-in ballot. And as far as I know, please correct.
1993.
Oh, we did one in 1993 as well. Okay, then it was a long span. From the 2009, since that was the most recent mail-in ballot, were there any issues or problems or complaints that came in after that?
No, thanks for asking, because I asked that at the first reading. Do you know if there were complaints or issues? I have none. No one has come to me and complained about it. You know, I had a woman that complained because she didn't get a mail ballot, her husband did, but you research the data and it shows that the husband made the update and she did. I mean, those are the things we're running into, but it does help us update our registration system.
2009, all mail-in ballot, we had about 35% return, and versus the 2007 off-year election, which we had polling, it was about 16% return. Okay. As you stated earlier, pretty much all the counties in the state are going to off-year election mail-in ballots. And in fact, in 2009, there were only about 7 counties that did not go into a full mail-in ballot.
Right. And many of those 7 counties were very small counties, and it's more cost-effective sometimes to just have a polling place open on election day versus mailing everything out. Lake County, for example, is doing one vote center. That's why they're not doing mail ballot this year.
You've also contacted all the boards of the special districts that may have a possible ballot issue on this next election. And as far as you've heard, not only none of them do not have any problems with the mail-in ballots, but some of them from the early presentation are not only are going to mail-in ballot, it's just a question of whether they're going to be part of our process or they're going to have to do it on their own.
The Roaring Fork School District attorney called the Secretary of State's so they could do their own mail ballot, so they would have consistency among the counties in their district, because they found out we were doing a polling place, and they realized that there's a higher turnout. So they wanted consistency within their district with the process.
The purpose of the call was that to see if they could run their own election instead of coordinate. And school districts are required to coordinate. Other types of districts that's not necessarily so. So it was an inquiry, and honestly, I'm the one that told Janice that. I don't know if it was an attorney or a staff member. I did not speak to them directly. I heard that from the Secretary of State. Just to be
what I picked up from those last meetings several weeks ago was one of the main issues, if not the main issue amongst the board, was not so much the financial impact, but the idea of the disenfranchising potential voters and being excluded because of a mail-only ballot. It seems to me, from your presentation and your presentation now, that we have a strategy in terms of reaching out not only to the active voters, but also the inactive voters to ensure that they understand that they may have to take an extra step in the process, but that they will be informed by multiple means in terms of being informed that this is what they need to do to enable them to vote. And in addition to that, if at the last minute there is some confusion, the clerk's office will remain the drop-off point and place to address any concerns and issues or misunderstandings to ensure that everyone will still have the opportunity to cast their vote. So,
as an example, George, if I could, because I think this is not well understood. The fact that a voter is inactive means only that they are not included in our initial mailing of ballots. It doesn't prevent them from getting a ballot. If they do anything to update their voter registration, they become active. They can come to our office and say, I forgot, I moved, and I didn't change my address, but here I am. We have them sign a form. They're activated. Bam, we give them a ballot over the counter, and they can vote it in our office, or they can take it with them and return it later. And literally, if this happens to somebody at 6:59 p.m. who realizes, I never got a ballot, oh my gosh, there's a mail ballot election going on, they can come to our office, we can correct whatever is wrong, and give them a ballot. So it's, I personally have real philosophical problems with the notion that this is disenfranchising anybody. What's happening is that voters are not updating their addresses for the most part. And in that respect, in my view, and I understand others in this room do not agree with me, those are voters disenfranchising themselves. I don't care how many resources you give us. There is no way that we can ride herd on every voter to make sure all their information is current. It's their responsibility. It's their franchise. The voters who failed to vote in the last general election are turned to an inactive status. But again, if they contact us in any way, we activate them and they will get a ballot. So I don't want people to think that just because somebody happens to be inactive now, or indeed at 6:45 p.m. on election day, that means they can't vote. That is just not true.
Just one last comment, and now I'll say my other comments. But I remember one of Michael's comments, and that was, and I believe it, that the challenge really is in terms of getting people to understand that it's a mail-in ballot only. The challenge is to get people to register to vote, and then actually to vote after they register to vote. I saw sort of a rough number years ago, and that probably still holds true to a certain extent, that about 50% of the citizens in our country actually register to vote. And out of that 50%, only 50% of those actually take the time to do their duty and actually vote. And so the challenge is to get people to understand that they need to register, they need to update their addresses, and they need to take their responsibility as a democratic society to vote and participate. But we can't, you can lead the horse to water, but you can't force him to drink. And at some point, there is that responsibility that has to be placed onto the electorate. And I think as long as we're doing everything we can do, your staff, Janice, to ensure that they are well informed, then I think we're doing the job that we're asking you to do. And so I'll stop at that. I've got some other comments, but I'll open it up to the other board.
Well, if we're going to try to keep this to questions and then to comments, that's fine. But otherwise, we have a couple other major items moving forward. So other questions at this time, or are people ready to move into comment and decision making?
Questions. Okay. I didn't divide it up, but let me. My first question was just to be clear on this kind of charge back into districts that put ballot questions on. So part of the cost of doing an election is put through the county, but we actually have a revenue source from these other districts. But it's still taxpayer money that pays for those because they have to pay for that portion of the polling place or whatever the expenses is that they get charged back? Do they get charged a different amount whether it's a polling place or a mail ballot?
Yes, but only because the total cost of the election associated with the mail ballot is less.
So it's based on a percentage of...
It's based on a number of factors, one of which is the amount of space they occupy on the ballot. One of which is if it's a tax issue, we have to send out a Tabor notice. It's the amount of space they utilize in the Tabor notice. And then ultimately, it's all the direct costs of the election allocated to them and it's also based on the number of registered voters in those districts. So we use those primarily, or the three factors. We have a formula by which all of those are taken into account and allocated.
Yeah, second question, and this is really for John, our county manager, because it was referring to something that he said. It sounds like there was some conversation between you and Janice regarding the foresight of needing an additional FTE if we were to continue doing polling places in these coordinated election. I just wanted to make sure that I heard that correctly.
That's correct, Rob. And the numbers that were put out today, and we didn't mean to make that a central theme of today, but they were budgetary estimates that were put together pursuant to some assumptions about what staffing patterns would need to be, as well as the increased incremental costs associated with doing a polling place election every year in the odd number of years.
Okay. My next question is, and it's really a couple of questions, what do we do, or what can we do, or what can we project to do in this particular year for outreach, getting the proper information out? I had mentioned at one point a ballot drop-off location down Valley versus just being able to drop off ballots here. I want to make it very clear that the information that I have, and you can concur in this, that anybody can pick up a mail ballot at any time, just as with the city election, you could pick up an absentee ballot at any time. So technically, you could come to the clerk's office and cast your vote at any time after a certain date. I don't know what those dates are. And is there a possibility of doing that sort of pickup location, an annex office to the county clerk's office in another area of this county? We have a very unique county in the relationship that Redstone is an hour's drive, hour-plus drive away, and we don't want to disenfranchise, as George said, was a hot topic in the last discussion we had, various types of voters.
Okay. As far as what Janice described as the marketing campaign, we have money in our existing budget to, it includes publishing the usual official notices that we're always required to publish. But Janice and I don't have a specific plan for you, but we understand that there is a big problem with, there are people who, for example, you mentioned in a meeting on an unrelated matter one time, Rachel, that a lot of people read the newspapers online. So even if we put, good, eye-catching, quality stuff in the newspapers, a lot of those people don't see it. So we want to talk to the newspapers and make sure that, at least to the extent that we can afford, our ads have an online presence as well. What we've called the scrub of the Secretary of our voter registration list against the National Change of Address list, which is provided by the United States Postal Service, that's part of a statewide initiative to deal with this high number of inactive voters. And the thing that's unique about that is that the Secretary of State has scrubbed the entire voter registration list for the entire state. We just received the names of our voters on those lists. There's about 875, I believe, total. And that list is generated by, these are people where they have one address in our database and a different address in the U.S. Postal Service's change of address list. What's unique about this is ordinarily we are required to send cards when we have a problem with an outdated address to the old address, which we're pretty sure won't work. But at least initially we have to send that. What's unique about this is that this is not statutorily mandated, and we are sending the card to the more current address that we believe is correct. We really want to track our response rate and data on that and see how that works. I hope it's very successful. And the reason that we're going to repeat that process every 90 days, the Secretary of State is doing it for us this one time. We will undertake that in the future every 90 days. Every time we receive a returned item, we pay 50 cents for that return because we're requesting, address service on that, and that's charged. My understanding, I've tried to find in the postal regulations where it says this, but they are absolutely impenetrable. My understanding from this list is if we continually scrub our database, we become entitled to cheaper bulk rates, and we get out from under that 50-cent returned item charge. We're talking 8,000 of these a year. That's a lot of money that we'd like to not pay to the Postal Service. So that's a component of the let's try to clean it up and find these people and rectify the situation. Your question about a down valley drop box or ballot issuing location, I don't have a firm answer. We've already contacted the Secretary of State about that. Having a down valley location to issue ballots is more complicated because it must be a service center, and it must, which is a technical term, it must have certain security procedures intact, like it has to have secured internet access. We have to have ballot inventory control and security procedures. But other counties are typically required to have a service center at every motor vehicle location.
Glenwood Springs.
Eagle, for example, has several of them. So Eagle drops over into our valley, of course, and so they have a voting service center on the Pitkin side of the mountain, too. We only have a single location. I don't think, as far as I can tell, that there is anything to prohibit us from having a service center at a location other than a motor vehicle. That's what I want to clarify with the Secretary of State. I'm fairly confident that we can have a drop box. We may not be able to issue ballots down valley, but we can drop them off, or the voters can drop voted ballots off down valley. What we would want to do in that regard is have that staffed by at least 2 election judges, because we don't ever want to put an election judge in the position of, where somebody says, I dropped it off, and the judge says, no, you didn't, and it's a he-she situation.
Okay. Additional questions, Rob?
Oh, and I'll just say the drop box location that we're thinking of is our regular polling place in Basalt, which is St. Peter's Church. We've already reserved it tentatively to conduct a polling place election, and we talk to them and see if they'd permit us to use it for the drop box purpose.
Thanks.
Those are my only direct questions for
Okay.
Clerk's
Does anyone
office.
else have any direct questions, or do we want to try to bring this to closure with a vote? Okay, I think, you have a question, Jack, or are you going to
No
make a comment?
questions, it's time for comments,
Okay,
let's get
very
with
good.
it.
Very good. You have your hand up first, you can go first.
Yeah, well, very uncomfortable situation here. I hate butting heads with anyone, much less superior employees in our county. But I've got to go back. I mean, I think it was a lost leader to throw in the $650,000 to $750,000. That really imbalanced this discussion because it's not sustainable. Not that we might not believe you, but there's no, excuse me, I'm a fat guy. I have to rely on what I can see in front of me a lot of times, and could have helped me out by breaking it out because my math just doesn't get there. I'm certainly sensitive to the staff issue. Tom gave us some emotional feedback here, but there's a whole lot more. It's just not A equals B equals C. This has to do with, as articulated in the memo, the huge challenge of putting on elections regardless of what kind. And in 18 years, if the average is every 2.5 years, that means, and this is before Janice's time certainly, so I'm not focusing on this team, it means that if we burn out people that frequently, we simply need to bite the bullet. And I expect to have a serious discussion about staffing during our budget hearings. From one perspective, there's two issues going on here. There's the economic argument, cost savings, etc. And then there's the ability to do work in order to prepare for the next one. Well, Dwight, it was nice having you part of the team. I guess your average is up. So it doesn't matter what we do for this election. On an average, you're gone soon anyway. So, and I hate to see that. And I don't mean to be facetious, but this is really a structural issue within the clerk's office and in our organization and budgeting. Government and elections are not only about the money. They are about access. And for me, the option of polling places and absentee ballots and early voting and all is really about what elections are about. They're about access to the ballot, and you have choices. And so therefore, and I repeat what you heard, George, I'm about options in this. Anything we do about outreach, education must go on regardless of what election type we have. And I did state last time, and I'm still concerned, it's a fear, and fear, is an unknown quality. You can't quantify it. Didn't amount to, $100 today or whatever, so you can't put a qualifier on it. But the fraud issue couldn't happen. If we read, and the reason why I didn't get this memo is because I had to run and get a ride with Charla last night, and I didn't go upstairs. But Nick articulates in here, and regardless of one's political views, you've got to respect what Mick does with statistics and understanding them. There's no question. So for me, this is not political, this is information gathering. He cites a case where a local election activist found 20 ballots in the trash and delivered them to City Hall. That makes me sure uncomfortable. Fortunately, that person was great and turned them in, but it was just an exercise in maybe what could happen, because I won't even speculate what occurred there. But I think elections are less effective if we only rely on one method. We can debate, and it almost becomes a semantical debate about enfranchising or disenfranchising, but for me, we disenfranchise when we do not have options. When we look at the dollars, And our staff, and we hear, you know, John, our finance director, Tom, treasurer, for example, they have an absolute sense of where we are at financially. But we just talked about $100,000 coming into general fund today from the sale of a mining claim. Months ago, we got $1 million into the general fund from the sale of another property. Now, I'm not out to spend it all, believe me, but the thing is nothing is static in government. Things change, revenues come, revenues go. But what this discussion is about is really about access, options, and doing the right thing. For me, in my comments, because I know we're all going to do the right thing. It doesn't matter where you end up. And the last thing is going to the ballot box. Get your local precinct. Is a tradition, is a socio-political element to it, and I'm not willing to give that up. And I could be called, and I got to be 65 this week. I might be an old fart, but that's the way it is. I'm sorry. I will pay the cost to put on elections at the poll. Thank you.
Thank you, Jack. Who would like to go next? George? And then Michael.
Elections, I think, are about getting people to vote, actually. And that's always a challenge. I think by actually going to a mail-in ballot only, like we did in 2009, which proved successful, and given the height and awareness and the discourse of this discussion, we're going to generate a tremendous amount of information and press, probably starting tomorrow, from whatever decision we make. And I think that actually, rather than disenfranchising people through mail-in ballots, we're going to actually encourage more people to register and to vote, because we're going to heighten that awareness. And we're going to make it much easier. You know, anecdotally, I've talked to several of my neighbors living out in the rural areas, and for them, having a mail-in ballot only is really a no-brainer. It's very simple. You get the ballot ahead of time. You actually have the opportunity to go through it, try to understand all the issues, perhaps have a discussion amongst family members and neighbors, and have actually an intelligent decision when you make that vote. Versus trying to come in on election day, if you're driving to work, and you have to either go to the poll early, or at the end of the day, after you've worked 8 hours, go to the poll after work, and wait in a long line. And then quickly try to remember, if you haven't made your notes, how you want to vote, versus trying to make that decision on last-minute advertising and lobbying.
I want to ask, George, to be clear, a polling place ballot does not eliminate anyone's ability to request permanent mail-in ballots. So anyone who has found it easier and better. I know,
you
but
can make your comments afterwards.
You made it sound like an either-or.
No, it's not either or, but there's an opportunity for people to really be able to digest that information and not have to deal with inclement weather, waiting in lines, any other number of issues, especially in a rural area, regardless where you are. So I actually think we're going to, and as it's shown from 2007 to 2009, we're going to actually see more participation and encourage more people to vote. I mean, that's just been shown. I think really the future, when we talk about fraud, I think the future, as Dwight has said, is going to be in terms of electronic voting. Just as we do our taxes electronically and many other things, I think voting is the way of the future. And if anything, that's going to encourage the one group of people that we miss out in terms of voting are the younger people, because they are so in tune with the electronic aspect of society. And that really is a wave of the future, and I hope we see that sooner than later, because that's where we're going to really increase our participation, certainly from our younger people that we're missing now. We've certainly heard about the challenges that our clerk and recorder's office has. We heard that yesterday, we reiterated it today in terms of the timing and everything that's on their plate. I want to stress that I'm very impressed with the team that Janice has put together, the professionalism, and we need to recognize this is not really just a staff recommendation. Janice is an elected official. So just as if the sheriff were coming before us, or the assessor, this is an elected official that has been charged to run and manage an office. And her recommendations, I think, hold a lot of weight. They have been involved and are in tune with what other counties are doing throughout the state. They understand the challenges they have and how they're addressing them. So this is not just a sort of a typical staff request that is coming before us. It's coming before us as from an elected official. I guess additional ways to reach certainly rural areas in terms of information is through the caucus areas. You know, the Redstone area has a very active caucus area, Frying Pan, River, Emma. And so I think, certainly in the rural areas, we are going to be able to get information out very effectively through utilizing not only your standard mailings, advertising, press releases, but utilizing the caucuses in Woody Creek, Snowmass Cap. They are all very active. They receive emails all the time in terms of upcoming events and activities, and they read them. So I think that we are going to be able to get information out very easily to those in the outer districts as well as locally. And I guess lastly, I would just say that traditions are great, but sometimes old traditions need to be replaced by new traditions, based on new information, new technology, new times. And I think we are moving towards not only a mail-only ballot issue, but hopefully in the near future, electronic mailing. So with all those reasons, with all the work that Janice has shown here in terms of how they're going to address the issue, the successes of the past mail-only ballot, I will support this, and I encourage my fellow commissioners to do that as well.
Thank you. Michael, you were up next.
Thanks, George. The really interesting thing about today, it seems to me, is the passion, the dedication that the clerk's office has brought to this room. And I don't think there can be any doubt that you have a staff and an elected official in front of you that cares so deeply about what they do that I find it overwhelming. We don't often get this kind of presentation. And then, on top of that passion, you have the passion of our leadership team who's here. So, I mean, Tom Okin is a cool, detached, rational guy. And what I saw today was a deeply feeling person who was representing, I think, the feelings of all the leadership team and how important it is, not just on the issue of mail ballots or polling, but the issue of supporting each other in times of crisis and times of need. And they came to the help of their fellow workers. That really is impressive. I mean, given whatever happened, that's really impressive. And that's something, I don't think you see that often in any organization, much less a government organization. organization. And the criticism of government organizations is there's no humanity there, there's no passion, there's, it's just government as usual. This is an organization filled with humanity, filled with passion. And I really, really am impressed by that. I'm humbled by it, quite frankly, because the complexity of their job is something that's just overwhelming for me. So I won't go on, but I think clearly we need to support the request of staff, of Janice, and I think of our county manager, and to support this mail ballot. But the question was raised, how is this going forward? What is these costs going forward? And I think that we have to have an analysis of that too. And we should request an analysis of how this mail ballot worked, how the cost protections go ahead, and let's refine that. Let's find out that figure that was so important part of this discussion. Let's nail it down. But I think clearly you have to support a mail ballot. I think it's imperative that you do it. We can always not do it the next election if it's not successful, or it doesn't save money, or it doesn't enfranchise people. And I deeply appreciate Mick's letters, a dear, sweet guy. But the city really has to think about May elections and disenfranchisement in May. There's only one other month that you could possibly disenfranchise more people, and that's October. So, I appreciate the letter and the complexity of the letter, but really, I don't need that advice from me. So I think it's important for this commission to recognize the passion, the dedication, and the engagement that the county clerk has, and support the mail ballot. Thank you.
Rob?
Thank you, and thank you very much for all the work you guys do. I'll start by saying, this has been probably the most thought process thing that I've done as a commissioner in the last 6 months that I've been a commissioner. And part of the reason why is really kind of my philosophy and value set coming to this table. In listening to the advice, waiting for George's advice, and having a discussion here to elevate the process-making decision that we do as commissioners. The diversity here and the thought process that we go through, I greatly appreciate all the input from all the different commissioners here. I actually read through this packet on Sunday after a long food and wine weekend, and read it again last night. Woke up at 3 in the morning, read it again for about an hour and a half. Then really kind of bouncing back and forth on a lot of different thoughts. I know how hard it is to run an election because I was probably the closest to Dwight of anybody in this room during the last election. Shooting him emails at 1, 2 in the morning and getting responses immediately back from him is a testament to the amount of time and energy that he puts in to those elections. I, on many occasions, wouldn't file until about 11:50 when the deadline was midnight, and he would say, I need that because I need to get it out right away. And he'd respond right back to me and say, thanks for getting it in, maybe a little earlier next time. To give a little insight to my thought process here in this, I kind of broke it up into a couple of different categories and kind of weighed back and forth as to which was which decision to make. Cost is certainly one that we've talked about on a lot of different levels. There's no question that mail ballots is a cost savings to the county. That's not the only decision. Access and choices, as Jack puts it, a huge decision. And I do think that polling places, and this is why I come up with what can we do to make mail ballots have better access than they do. That kind of leans towards polling places. Turnout. I think the evidence is apparent that there is better turnout with mail elections for these off-year elections. I think we would have less turnout if we did these in our general elections, because people know when you're voting for congressional level or presidential level offices, you want to go to the polling place, you want to be involved that way. It's not what we're talking about here. Safety and integrity of the election. I was an election official in the last City of Aspen election. We deferred to a lot of different people for signature checks and various things. There's no question in my mind that we can run a safe and have integrity in this election. That, to me, kind of created a wash. The big one that I have questions about is voter mix regarding Aspen, Redstone, young versus old, renters versus owners, with regarding to mailing address, active versus inactive, as we've talked about. There's no question in my mind that it worries me that we have a unique county. We have a lot of different demographics in this county. We have a lot of different areas in this county. We have a lot of different geography places for people to get here if they forget to vote. I wrote a comment down here that, as someone who's just gone through an election, and I know, Rachel, you went through it too, but being out there on the street corner as opposed to being unopposed, I can't tell you how many people the day of the election asked me, is this the election day? I mean, blown away. We live in this world of political life to some extent. Everyone who is in this room is involved somehow with the elements of politics. We know what's going on, but there are a lot of people out there that don't know what's going on, and we need to make sure we don't disenfranchise those people. Outreach. What is it that we can do in this perfect storm, if we do go to a mail ballot, to have the proper outreach? Do we do more than we normally do? That, to me, I think is a must if we have a mail ballot. I think we have to go above and beyond in a transition year. I know, as a restaurateur in Aspen, and I'll constantly use restaurant analogies, it takes 2 years to let people know what you're doing. It takes a full 2-year cycle. If you started doing 50% off on wine on Monday, which we're not doing, it takes 2 years for people to know that that's what you're doing. It doesn't mean that you don't start these programs and do these things and change. I think Michael made a comment in the last first reading that we find new ways of doing things. We find a new aspect of having elections, and we test them. This gets to another topic that I put down, which is, what is our measure of success? If we are to have a mail ballot this next election, I want to know that we're going to have firm measures of success of whether or not we made the right decision. We may, or we can say that there was more turnout in a mail election, but that doesn't answer all of these questions. It doesn't answer the voter mix question. It could be that there is a bigger demographic of young people that vote in mail ballots, or old people, or what's our measure of success to say that we're doing things better than we've done before? Sorry, just taking a minute to go through my notes here. I don't want to miss any of the things that I wanted to express. I think that's about it. Where I stand, in the last hearing, I was very much on the fence coming into that meeting, and I pledged when I ran for office that I would come to the table with an open mind, listen to my other commissioners, listen to the public hearing aspect of things. And quite honestly, I fell on the side of, I think we should have mail ballots. Today, I'm on the other side. The press will probably say Rob is changing his decision, and I think we can run a successful mail ballot. I think there are things that we'll have to do, and I'm the first person that's going to sign up to volunteer to help make sure that we do those things, whether it's getting a committee together to have the outreach, whether it's researching the ideas of these drop-off ballot places, whether or not we can have a franchised clerk's office so that someone could actually pick up a ballot when they are all of a sudden aware that they didn't get a ballot in the mail, and having measures of success to see whether or not this is a decision going forward long-term. I do think that it should be a decision for this election cycle. Another thing that came to mind was the discussion that was brought forward much more in this reading versus the last reading, which is the perfect storm of this particular year. I don't know that this is going to be a decision that I'm going to have for long term. We do have what I think is going to be a much heated presidential election than there was in 2008. We have a redistricting because of the census, and all of the new election laws and stuff. I'm going to support the recommendation of the county clerk's office.
So we've all, I think, demonstrated how passionately we feel about democracy and the issue through this hearing. It is a really challenge, and we'll all walk away with our own takes on it, certainly. My fear is that this is the one-day story, and it'll be a blurb in the rest of the other stories. It doesn't create a great deal of dialogue for the commissioners who sat in our room and had a long dialogue about an important issue. So am I expecting a rush of registration corrections in the next week after this? No. I understand the challenge you're up against when you talk about leading horses to water. I think that's absolutely true. I thought a lot about this since the last meeting as well, and I thought, well, boy, imagine if you had to go down to Glenwood and reactivate your driver's license every time you changed addresses, that you were inactive as a driver because you had moved. We don't place that burden on that sort of principle, on that right. And people move all the time. People move within our community all the time. Less so in the rural areas. Less so among permanent population bases that own their homes. And I think that it's going to be very hard to measure the disenfranchisement. How do you measure the people who did not vote? Oh, you didn't vote. Oh, how many people want to admit that they didn't vote? You'll talk to your friends and colleagues and contributors who from the poll book didn't vote, and they're not going to admit it. So those are challenges. I think this clearly, an all-mail ballot clearly creates larger barriers for younger and low-income voters. I think that it's not the intent, but it is the effect. And I think all across the country we're seeing voter suppression techniques being employed at state house levels very deliberately to make it another burden. You have to have a picture ID. You have to have this. You have to have that. Some polling places don't get enough things. Mail-in ballots, it's another activity of that. Permanent mail-in ballots, that's fine. That's a convenience for someone who's decided, I need the time to read it. I don't want to get caught by inclement weather. I want to discuss it with my neighbors. That's fine. That's why we have the mail-in ballot request form that someone can certify and choose for themselves. But an awful lot of people haven't chose mail-in ballots. And we're choosing it for them. We're telling them, Sorry, our way or the highway, polling places are gone, that's it. I think to the Red Brick and the Red Recreation Center, that was won by 3 votes. And in that last day, in those last hours, if you had to tell those people that, no, you can't just go by your polling place and cast a ballot, you have to go somewhere else and reactivate yourself, and then they'll give you the mail ballot that they didn't send to you because you moved 2 doors down in Truscott Place, that would have been lost. That public access would have been lost. That would have cost us millions of dollars and community benefit that would have not been an asset of this community now. So we can talk cost. I think that our staff is an excellent staff, and I've known Janice as an efficiency manager back in the city of Aspen when I was mayor there over a decade ago. I know the heart and the intent of every single person at this table. And I know that in many ways, potentially outreaches you would like to do, your hands are tied by the state law. And your hands are tied by the state law and the federal law about how you go too far and you're actually electioneering. You go too far, you're doing this. And so we're all caught with the circumstances we have to deal with. But this conversation makes it really apparent to me that we have under-resourced this department for a long time. And this action that we're going to take today is going to be a Band-Aid to that, no matter what. The work that you outlined, Dwight, the work that you're all quietly, efficiently, and without complaint doing behind the scenes is under-resourced. And I simply can't look at that workload, even doing a mailing ballot now, and not think I'm not going to be seeing you guys pulling your hair out, stressing out, and having a horrible time the next year and a half, 2 years, or forever, I guess, as long as we have elections. And we haven't talked about what are the other adjustments that we need to make to create efficiency, because we're cheapening democracy by this action. We've also been cheapening our investment in our roads, and we're cheapening our investment in a lot of things because we don't have the resources. But I'm not so sure we can say we have to keep this office open 5 days a week, because we can't cheapen that service, but we will find a way to cheapen the way in which we conduct elections. That we're going to one option now for voters, just one. There's only one option. This vote is making me sick to my stomach, to tell you the truth. I'm going to vote for the measure. I'm going to vote to support our staff's recommendations. I think that's what is being brought forward is clearly the only way to both having a functioning clerk's office at any level going forward. I take the responsibility of having a healthy organization seriously. But I know we're going to see these are more and more barriers to the people who are already participating the least in the democracy. And just saying, well, sorry. Once you have your own permanent home, if you've ever been able to buy one, then this mail ballot will be really easy for you. But until then, you have extra obligations that other people don't. And I think that's bad. I think that's really bad. It's easy enough to say, oh, it's your personal responsibility. But me, I haven't had to overcome those barriers. I haven't had to take those extra actions for 30 years because I've had my own home. A lot of people don't even know when they're going to move, don't know when the landlord pulls the plug. A lot of people are practically couch surfing in these economic times or don't have a permanent address. And to not be able to go to a polling place and check in and vote, it makes them feel less enfranchised in a way that it's hard to then say, oh, no, this time it really matters. This time we really want you to participate. And as I say, I really think there's any number of elections and programs that the entire community has benefited from that would not have happened. I mean, the very first marketing tax for the ACRA failed in every district throughout the community except for the affordable housing districts over by Centennial, where again we see all these people in a movement situation. I think it's a little bit like the food products in the country. where we have so many people to feed now, we don't matter quite how much fillers in there, how much artificial ingredients, how badly the hens are caged together, but we have so many we have to feed with less and less resources, so we'll just keep cheapening the product and cheapening the product. And it's not about our staff, and the comparison to the rest of the states doing it this way means nothing to me. That's because they've cut off the water to take care of their trees in Colorado Springs. They're cutting every sort of program. We as a society perhaps are cheapening the services and cheapening our democracy because we don't want to fund the real cost of doing it. And I guess that's all. As I say, it's a decision that makes me sick in the stomach. Would someone care to make a motion on this item?
Move to approve the recommendation of the county clerk.
I'll second.
All right. Did anyone have anything else they needed to say after all that?
Yeah, I would like to just state that by what I understand from the statistics presented to us, that it is misinformation to tell the public that mail-in ballots create more turnout. In fact, by looking at this page, wherever that great page of information is, this one, it's the issues that determine who shows up, not the methodology. And if we only compare 07 to 09, then I will stand corrected. But the history of, on this page even, everything's within the range of 35 to 40%. So let's not fool ourselves.
Yeah, that's a good clarification, Jack. And I did forget to thank the clerk's office for the new efforts you're making for updating and finding new methods to update your mailing list more accurately. Sounds like we're beginning to try to address the mobility of our voters. That being said, all in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Aye. Opposed?
Unequivocally opposed.
I respect that, Jack. We will take a break until 3:05 and then return for the striker site service appeal.
As Lance had indicated in the original approval dated October 28th of 2009, reflects it will not be used as a residence. That we agreed to. We then came back satisfying the containers, the storage containers where the race cars are parked, received approval and a building permit for that use. So we've been mitigating the conditions of approval from our original status. During the hearing in August, as Lance also pointed out, would be attachment F. There were several scenarios that were brought to our attention, or options that we could utilize. Should be the last one, cease use as a residence and say that it will not be used as residence, and a clubhouse be used as a clubhouse. Well, what I pointed out with Lance, which is on the Schedule 4-20 permitted uses table, accessory structure with bathing facility is an approved use in the RS 20-30 zone district. Administrative over-the-counter approved use. If you go down to clubhouse, recreation building, caretaker dwelling, that is considered special use permit. So the correspondence that I had with Lance, which is attached in his packet, reflects, yes, that use is acceptable. So
it comes up to the building code for the use.
But as an accessory structure with bathing facility is not commercial. This structure is not a commercial use. It is a recreation.
Yeah, I
the
wasn't
racetrack.
saying it was commercial.
But that's the argument today, is that it needs to be brought to commercial standards. It's not a commercial building. It's not used for commercial purposes. And speaking with Larry as far as what goes on there at the track with the sheriff, the police, come in and practice their winter driving techniques, change their clothes in the building. This is not a commercial structure that needs to be brought to commercial standards, and that's been the argument along this process.
Actually, it's not. I mean, my email says, your proposal is for racetrack accessory structure roof AV facility to be used as a clubhouse, not residentially. Therefore, the structure has to meet building codes for a clubhouse use. It's just, has to.
Okay, so that's the whole point, is why are we not going through a special use for a clubhouse? We did not have to go through a special use. You gave us that use. Otherwise, I'd be in front of the Board of County Commissioners for a special use to change. Special use permit required, caretaker, clubhouse, recreation building. What we are classifying here as accessory structure with bathing facility falls administrative.
That is his argument, and for the appeal. The argument that I was trying to make is that there are two issues, zoning issues and building code issues. The zoning issue can go away. The building code issue does not go away just because the zoning issue goes away. The point I was trying to make is if there were a barn in the Aspen Area Business Center where a restaurant is allowed, you could not just start operating a restaurant in that barn without making it meet the building code standards for a restaurant and for group occupancy and for, in this case, a clubhouse. Whatever that is, I don't know, but that's why they need to come in, talk with us, tell us specifically what those clubhouse uses are, so the building officials can look in the building code and say, this falls in Class 4A2, you need to have a firewall between the garage and that, you need to have a ramp to get into it, et cetera, and we're still waiting for that conversation.
So speaking with the building department.
Let me be clear here, though. Lance, have you finished your presentation to us?
Yes.
Okay. Why don't you introduce yourself for the record? You can start from scratch as opposed to having to feel like you're responding.
Chris Stryker, Stryker Site Services, Site Acquisition Consultant for Sprint Nextel. To bring Rob up to speed, I believe he was the only one that wasn't present during previous discussions. This all began back in April of 1998. So we're going on 13 years for this process to provide what the FCC of 1996 Act promotes, the competition, the wireless carriers to provide, and John can probably address more of that from a legal perspective with the Federal Communication Act. That is essentially where this all started from, is trying to identify a location near W/J Ranch that would provide Highway 82 coverage as well as the Sonoma turnoff at the stoplight in the RAFTA parking lot area. From a conceptual view, the sites included from Glenwood Springs at the Iron Bridge Golf Course all the way through Elgin, Basalt, and then this one being the last final piece that tied into the Aspen Airport site. So the other ones went relatively quickly. This one, however, has been a challenge. To run through just a quick history, we had initially submitted an application to go on the top of the W/J bar ranch on the barn. That was approved for a co-location. Unfortunately, because of a residential status with the barn, I don't know the exact details with that one. I wasn't involved that early on. That was later withdrawn. Then in July '98, Sprint received the unanimous approval from Planning Commission for the rooftop location on the barn. After a bit of time, 2006, 2007, Sprint Nextel came in to submit an application for a co-location on the existing T-Mobile Verizon monopine. Due to lack of support from the county, that application was withdrawn in September. We came back to the board, or back to planning staff, for a freestanding new tree pole adjacent to the existing T-Mobile Verizon monopine structure. That again was withdrawn. In October of 2009 is when we were directed to move to the raceway, hoping to find a location that would actually that we could work with the county on and obtain that staff support to move forward with a site that everyone could agree on. Being tremendously lower in ground elevation, it was a sacrifice that Sprint Nextel made. But it was a site that we felt we could make work in order to meet that lack of coverage area on 82. So that's what brings us to today, is meeting those conditions that were stated in the October 28th resolution. Sprint Nextel, as well as myself, we have been working closely with Pickens County to resolve the issues that are at hand, and it seems like about the time we get past one issue, we have a roadblock for another item that needs to be addressed. So there's some frustration, obviously some revenue that has been lost over 13 years time period, trying to get a site that would appease the customers and the customer complaints in that area. Where my stance is essentially what I just addressed. I don't want to confuse the fact that this is a clubhouse or recreation building. That was an option that we had during the August 25th hearing, has changed the use. That requires a special use permit, which I believe is a 2-hearing process. When I had brought this up to Lance about accessory structure with bathing facility, which I mentioned on the chart or the matrix, that is an acceptable, approved use by right administratively. We want to maintain that is the change of use. Once we start talking clubhouse recreation buildings, that is an entire different process that we would have to obtain. So that's the argument, is at this point, because it's not, we feel, not a commercial use, it's an accessory structure with bathing facility use, the building code it was built under is satisfactory.
Any board questions, Mr. Stryker? Rob?
First one, through that history you talked about having one location and then another and then another. You said you were directed to move. Directed from who?
Pickens County staff had suggested going to the Aspen racetrack and determining if there was an interest there in leasing some property to move the facility off of the W/U Ranch property.
How is Pickens County involved with
the planning
directing
staff?
Your business, though? That's what I don't understand. I guess I don't understand.
We don't.
Okay, because he also talked about
It's-
this law to try to promote, or this guidance to try to promote cell service, which I'm all in favor of in terms of having better cell service, but it's not Pickens County's job to direct anybody anywhere other than making a suggestion.
That would be what was
Okay.
happened, and frankly,
I
I
just
can't
wanted-
remember if it came from the board or from the staff, but at some point there probably was someone who said, what about the racetrack? Why don't you
Yeah.
go talk to them?
Okay. That's all for right now.
So, Chris, essentially your position is you don't want to make any changes to the current structure. And so you're asking us for that approval, essentially.
Correct. We don't feel it as a commercial use. In turn, not making commercial changes to the building structure.
But as Lance said, Lance said it's not a question of commercial, it's just a question of appropriate building codes being applied to the accessory structure. Consistent, I think, with its use. I mean, that's all he's saying. So, and you're saying it's not necessary. So that's where the impasse is, it seems to me.
Yeah.
And it's, again, because we've done this a few times, this is an appeal, and if I read these in italics, for us we can reverse, modify, or remain a decision on appeal if it finds that there has been a clear demonstrable error, abuse of discretion, or denial of procedural due process in the application of the facts of record. So I haven't seen anything that would support any of those statements.
Can I make a comment on that?
Just one second. This is a public hearing, but let's have, was that a question for our attorney, or was
Well,
that?
it's more of a statement, but it could be a question as well. It's sort of rhetorical, but this is what we're basing our appeal on, as we've done in past appeals.
That's right.
It's all, so my statement was I haven't seen anything that has shown that we have had a clear demonstrable error, abuse of discretion, or denial of procedural due process in the application of the facts of the record.
Okay. Let me ask you a question as well. In your letter, sir, on the second page, you repeated a number of sections of our code. This use category includes uses like but not limited to arts and crafts studio, bus stop, caretaker dwelling unit, clubhouse or recreational building, daycare home, employee dwelling unit, home occupation, satellite reception device, solar energy collector, water crossing or diversion. Would there be potential building code requirements associated with a home daycare, a daycare home? And so to be able to use this by right, you still would have to potentially come up to the appropriate building physical structure standards for these uses.
Yes, ma'am. Clearly, a zoning approval does not in any way mean that any type of building can be used in that zone district for that use that's permitted. The building still has to meet whatever building codes are required for that particular use.
That's what I wanted to be clear. So this is not singling out a clubhouse or recreational building or an accessory structure with bathing facility for standards above and beyond any physical structure building review for something that's going to go into this use category.
Yeah, I mean, that's correct. An arts and crafts studio would be subject to one set of building code standards, a daycare home another, caretaker dwelling unit another, a clubhouse or recreational building another.
Okay, thank you. Again, if someone was putting an accessory dwelling unit in, there would be electrical codes that would need to be filed, perhaps minimum size for the bathroom, for ADA.
Residential building code.
So building code requirements overlay or underlay, whichever way you look at it, zoning codes.
Correct.
If it's built specific to that use.
But this is a change of use you're pursuing.
Okay. So if
So
you,
you're going from a designation as a residential in which it was built to the codes for that use at that time, but now it is not being used as a residential. You're pursuing a different status for it, and the code, the building codes would then apply.
for that use. Now, if you go into the building department and you say you want to build a recreation building on your property for your family, there is no commercial building code for that.
Well, you keep going back to commercial building code.
Uh-huh.
There are building codes for things other than commercial activities.
Correct.
So there are building codes associated with an accessory structure with bathing facilities that would be specific to the intended use and how it will in fact be used.
Correct.
There are building codes associated with that.
If it's used as a commercial use.
No, you keep coming back to commercial. There are building codes associated with things that are not a commercial characteristic.
I believe that's incorrect.
Like an assembly, if you just had a conference room, that's not necessarily commercial. It's a meeting space. If you had a meeting area, that's not necessarily commercial, but it has different code requirements because it's not residential. It's where you have public, you have egress requirements and fire code requirements and things like that.
American with
So there's
disability.
more than just residential and commercial. There's a whole span of uses that the building code addresses that the zoning code may not. And you're kind of stuck between the two.
Maybe my barn restaurant was too commercial oriented. If one had a barn and wanted to start operating a daycare center in it, one would have to meet the building codes for a daycare center. That's
Michael, and then Rob.
So if a conversation took place between the applicant and the building department based on what those building codes would be, could the building ComDev give them a straightforward answer?
Yes, that's what has not happened.
And so there seems to be some expressed fear on the side of the applicant that they just met a series of hurdles. And that they foresee another hurdle being placed in their way. But this could actually resolve it, is what you're saying.
Yeah, the expressed fear, I would guess, is that there could be significant cost, but we don't know that until we have that discussion.
Rob?
Trying to understand this back and forth with commercial use, because first, Lance, you said a restaurant, which I view as customers coming in, and then you said daycare, which I also view as customers coming in. Let's say I had a piece of property in the same type of zone district, and I wanted to build a private clubhouse for my friends as a accessory building with a bath. Now, it's not open to the public. I'm not selling anything. I'm not doing any commercial activity.
So what makes it a clubhouse as opposed to another room of your house?
Well, it makes it an accessory building with a bath. Now, as an accessory building permits various uses. If I'm using it as a clubhouse with inviting my friends and I'm calling it a clubhouse, it's still just deemed as a accessory building with a bath. That does not need to have commercial code or change of code. Does that make any sense what I'm getting at?
It depends what you mean by clubhouse. If you're just calling it a clubhouse,
Yeah.
because you have a building in your backyard that has a bathing facility, and you like to play poker on
Yeah.
Friday nights, and you just go there, it's no different than if that was your yoga studio or your detached office or any
Sure.
other residential use. It doesn't kick it into any kind of an assembly or a commercial, or it's just like when people have a barn and then they have 1,000 people over because they want to have a dance.
Yeah. So that's not a...
So it doesn't make it a residential building all of a sudden. It doesn't change the fact that it's a barn.
Sure.
You're just using it differently. In this case, though, he wants to be accessory, but then you have to ask, well, what are you accessory to? Well, you're accessory to the racetrack. You're not accessory to a residential use. So you can't remain residential. You're accessory to a different type of use. And so the building gets used differently. It doesn't get used in a resident. It's just not his family out there. You know, you're inviting the public in.
Not the public.
No, I'm not.
Not the
Well,
public.
okay, because you're a private
Correct. That's
club.
the point that I'm trying to make.
But
That
does the
it's-
club have memberships? Do people buy memberships?
Club has members, yes.
What triggers it as commercial to the public? For instance, and this is, and I'm just trying to understand here. If I had a accessory structure to my private property, and what makes it the need for commercial code, like an ADA? Like, I mean, if I'm not sure if the membership can deny handicapped accessible people to their membership, or if they'd be violating ADA laws in terms of denying, but they don't need it because it is a private club. And I'm just trying to figure out what triggers it as commercial versus private. Now, let's say they stopped selling memberships.
And again, we want to get away from the commercial.
It's not about commercial, it's about building codes.
But as an accessory building, they don't need to have any change of building code.
Non-residential, let's use that term.
Yeah.
Commercial is throwing things off. What you were talking about is having a structure accessory to your residential use for parties.
Yeah.
This is not a residential use.
In just a second, Larry, really, we want to keep it at the table for a minute.
Non-residential use,
Yeah.
the raceway. And this building is not going to have a residential use. It's going to have an assembly use. And I can't answer, nor can Joanna, what triggers what. But that's why we need to have this discussion with the building department that has never happened, for them to define specifically the uses, how this building is going to be used, so the building department can go through the building code and say, you are this, and these codes therefore should apply.
Yeah, and Lance, I have spoken with the building department, and I asked them that specific question. What code do I have to comply with to build an accessory structure with bathing facility? What is the code that I need to comply with?
That's the
They
wrong
don't know
question.
that
You asked the wrong question.
They don't know that term.
Okay. Larry, you've been very patient. This is a public hearing, and we'll take this as your public comment on.
Okay, well, I'm just in a position, I'm part of the application in a sense because it's quote-unquote my property. But the concern is that, and for Rob's benefit, and you probably remember, we went through this whole process. It was well over a year, maybe closer to 2. And we were told you need to do this, and do this, and do this, and it's going to cost this much money to get this part, and you got to jump through these hoops and go through this rigmarole, and at the end you're going to be able to build, you have to allow the cell tower to be built. So we did all that, and then it got to the very end of that, and then we said, well wait a minute, this is, we were ready to walk in to get the building permit, and we said, no, wait a minute, you can't do that, because we found something else that we're going to hang on this, and we're going to use that, and we're not going to allow you to move forward. So now we're being asked to come in and go through another process, to spend a lot of money, to likely be told that we have to put in ramps we don't want to put in, to put in handicapped accessible bathrooms, which we don't want to put in. And because number one, there's not that many people. There are not terribly that many handicapped race car drivers that I know of that need to get in and out of our clubhouse. And on top of all this, what we're really trying to do, aside from picking up an extra few dollars for ourselves, is provide a service for the county, the residents that come through here, to get better cell service. And all you have to do is say, okay, this is not a residence anymore, and we've declared we will not use it as a residence, and leave that alone, and allow this man to build the cell tower. And everybody basically wins. Right now, we have everybody basically loses. And if you guys want to continue to do that, then everybody's going to continue to lose. And that's pretty much, it. So we go through this, rigmarole, and you can see if maybe you can squeeze somebody to do something somewhere, or maybe you can threaten us that you're going to close our building down, which would be just wonderful. Then we'll shut the bicycle club off, and the police department off, and the fire department off from coming on the track, and they'll lose, and some more people will lose. I mean, it just gets absolutely nowhere. So there's a way for you guys, if you would like an additional cell tower. Not only is it going to improve service for Sprint Nextel, AT&T also wants to piggyback on it. With regards to that, the folks at the W/J would love it if they would love to get the tower out of there for whatever reason, and we'd be happy to talk to them about it. But not if we're going to go through this kind of nonsense. I mean, it's just nuts. And you guys can do it. You have the ability to do it. It's just a matter of deciding you want to get this done. You get cell tower. We get a couple of dollars. We get left alone to pursue our little club, and everybody gets better service, and everybody lives happily ever after.
Thank you for that comment, Larry. I think you actually really both expressed your frustration with the process. I'm sure there's equal frustration in our staff's department about this, but you really defined the problem well. You talked about inviting groups like the bike club in to use the clubhouse.
No, they don't use the clubhouse. Okay. They use the track.
Okay.
The police department doesn't use the clubhouse.
They never go in and use the restroom.
They do not.
They're not allowed to change in
restrooms.
there. It's all locked off.
They are not. Only the members are in the clubhouse. The only people that come in the clubhouse are members. when the police department comes, they don't use the clubhouse, they use the track. The same thing with the other folks like that, the community that have community uses for it. They use the track, they do not use the clubhouse.
You're still defining a structure that is accessory to a use, being the clubhouse. I mean, it just gets to selective enforcement of our code. You may think it only applies to you, but it's going to be the next things down the line that say, well, our building codes don't apply to us as an accessory structure. That's a challenge I see at the table. And I thought that, at least at the last meeting, the discussion also included what it would take to legitimize the change from residence to...
I never got a definition of what that was. It's just like the first time when I was told you have to do this. Oh no, you got to do this and this, and then you got to do this and this and this. And I'm not going to go through a process where, every time I come in and get ready to get completed, I'm told that there's something else to add on to it. And I've never been offered any guarantees that it's just going to be this. That if it's just a matter of let's say putting a firewall up between the garage area and the second floor, and that's going to be it, and somebody signs, you guys all sign a letter saying that's the only thing we'll make you guys do, then, and we'll give you the permit, then we would do that. But as an open-ended situation where you can come in and continually require more things from us, I'm just not in a position to be able to afford to do that with what the member, I mean, just like everything else after what's happened in this economy, our membership's shrunk, people aren't showing up and coming out and using the facility as much, and we're just struggling to get by. So that's really what it boils down to, and this is the only place that seems like in that section of the valley where somebody's going to allow a cell tower to be built. You have the opportunity to allow that cell tower to be built. And, I think it would be a good idea for you to do it.
Thank you. Chris, you felt like you had finished your presentation. Did you have any other comments or response after you heard the questions or dialogues that you'd like to add to the record?
Not at this point.
Thank you. Does anyone in our board have comments or questions? Mike?
I think the location is important for a cell tower. And, that location was actually suggested by a former manager of the racetrack and to the Woody Creek Caucus, because the issue of cell towers is, for many people, is at least proximity to a cell tower, is a health issue. And so we went through a long process with W/J of people who were really disturbed about living as close as they do to a cell tower. And it was very tough on them because they're worried not only about themselves, but their small children and children yet to be born. So it was very tough. So the location of a cell tower at the racetrack is very important because it took pressure off of W/J. And then the issue of this is a residence came up. And of course, that is difficult because we've just gone through proximity to a residence. And clearly, a residence shouldn't be within 200 feet. The interesting thing about, and this is for Rob's information, the FCC doesn't allow you to consider the health effects of cell towers on people. And I think that's a preemptive choice on the part of the FCC because some people wouldn't get any cell towers and they just don't want to suit based on health effects. But I think clearly there are health effects if you're in close proximity to any kind of electrical wave. So that's why it moved down to W/J, and you got to give credit to the racetrack for doing it. The snafu came up with this resonance. Chris has said, well, okay, this accessory structure meets the zoning. Fine. It seems to me clear that there's building codes applicable to that. Right? There's always building codes applicable to a structure. The cell tower has building codes. So whatever structure is near, it's going to have building codes. Now, there's some fear on the part of the racetrack that it's undefined, they don't know what it is. But my suggestion would be to deny this appeal and to encourage the applicant to have a discussion with the community development to see what the extent of those changes are. People are saying that they could be ramps, there could be double walls, firewalls, there could be ADA, but we don't know that, and neither does the applicant. I don't know what they are. So, and I'm confident that our staff can have a good, straightforward discussion that says you will be subject to these building codes and help the applicant understand what they are. At that point, the applicant can say, we can't go forward, it's too expensive, or we will go forward. Turns out it's a ramp of 6 feet long, it gets up to a doorway, fine. But we really must deny this and encourage the applicant to have a good, and our building department, our community development, to have a good, frank discussion. Seems to me that's the only solution here.
Thank you. Just procedurally, and I apologize, it's been a long day, I want to keep it straight. Is there anyone else who would like to make a public comment on this item before I close the public hearing? Okay. We're bringing down, I'm going to close the public hearing, bring it back to the board. George, were you about to make a...
Yeah, actually, Michael said pretty much what I said. It seems like there's been an invitation to sit down with community development, and it sounds like we probably need to have building and community development there together, so Chris, you're able to ask the right question instead of being shuffled from one department to the other, and get all the parties to sit down together and try to hash that out and see what the reality is and what the costs are, and if they're acceptable, great. If they're not, then they're not. So that's one point. But my other question is that particular location. A location along an easement along the Rio Grande corridor that Open Space has, or a location up by the landfill, those locations would not work?
The landfills were on the west side?
On the south side.
The south side.
It's way down valley.
Yeah, I don't know, I'm just saying, or an easement along the Rio Grande Trail where we have open space and trails that's not near residents.
Yeah,
I'm just
I guess I'm concerned
ideas.
that,
I
yeah,
don't know, but
I mean, we could change midstream, but it could be another 13 years. And Spring can't afford at this point losing what we have to go and start all over with a Pickens County process that we don't know where the end result may be.
That's your decision. I'm just offering some ideas, of whether you accept them or not, or that's up to you.
I would hate to go down that path at this point, being that we've invested this much time and money in this specific location, because the network has to work hand in hand. And the way I explain it in layman's terms, just like a sprinkling system in your yard. You know, you want to get proper coverage, but you don't want to have overlapping. And so it's very integral to the sites that we currently have on air, such as the Aspen Airport, the one directly to the north of the proposed site today. So once those sites are established as anchor sites, it's very critical in the placement of the infill sites, such as this one. So it's hard to move and cause an interference issue with another site based on where we're proposing today.
So my last comment or thought would be that, based on Michael's recommendation, which I support in terms of meeting with our staff, determine those costs, and maybe there's an opportunity for Sprint to share those costs with the racetrack, or adjust the fees that the racetrack is charging you to over a period of time to you cover your costs. You know, there's different ways to skin the cat, but ultimately you have to decide how you want to partner with the racetrack, vice versa.
You know, when we get to the nature of this hearing, as George has pointed out, it is the merits of the appeal. It's not a new hearing about the site. It is if we find there's a clear and demonstrable error, abuse of discretion, or denial of procedure due process. And when we go back to the resolution in our packet in 2010 and get to the very last finding, number 7, the BOCC further finds that the cellular facility shall meet the Land Use Code section 43040 G4, which requires the tower to be located at a distance of at least 200 feet from the structure, which was built as and remains classified for residence use as a residence. If the applicants desire to change the use of the structure, they shall undergo the appropriate change in use process and address the building and safety code as issues as necessary. I mean, we're very clear we could change the use from residence to an accessory structure, and whether it's as a clubhouse or something else, that you will address the building and safety code issues as necessary. And so I think all our staff is asking is that you address the building code issues of being designated this accessory structure with bathing facilities. So I can't find that our staff has abused their discretion or denied due process. I think the comments from both George and Michael are appropriate in that we'd like to see it be a joint meeting with both ComDev staff and building department staff together who are reviewing the plans, reviewing the facility, so that, and I'm not saying that they haven't made themselves available in that way. Joanna has a very clear letter in here as well about what the holdup seems to be from last summer in June. And again, based on that, I would be willing to accept a motion for denial of the appeal. Second. Okay, we have a motion and a second. We'll have further discussion. Rob first, and then...
Yeah, I just wanted to weigh in since we're in the vote process. Larry, I'm very sympathetic to the difficulties of going through some of the building process, and I understand that could be challenging, and I think the building department and the BOCC, for that matter, try to make it as easy as possible. The code, as we know, can be very complicated and challenging at sometimes. I agree with what Michael said. I think he articulated things very well in the sense that I think the path is really getting together with the building department and understanding the use of the building to determine what code should be used for it. If it's used as a clubhouse, the code standards of it need to change, and I see that. If it's used as simply an accessory building with bathing, they may not need to change as much as other things, as use as a clubhouse or a restaurant, or another thing that was listed in here was solar energy collectors, which we're going to discuss next, which there will be specific code for a accessory building with bathing for solar energy collectors. They will still have to adhere to the solar energy collector code. But the argument is with the building department and saying that this is an accessory building, but then the question is raised exactly, accessory to what and how it's being used. So, I'm in favor of denying this, but I do think that you have some paths to move forward with discussing with the building department and figuring out what minimally you need to do to that building for the use, or change the use of it.
And that's what we've done.
Don't use it as a clubhouse. No, but it's still being used as a clubhouse. So that's what I'm saying. In my opinion, if I were a restaurant, I have a restaurant, if I'm still using it as a restaurant, I have to have the certain code to continue using that as a restaurant.
Okay. Chris, you were going to say something.
As far as item number 7 that you just were reading, Rachel, if the applicant desires to change the use of the structure, they shall undergo the appropriate change in use process. That is exactly what we did. We did change that use.
Yes, and. There's an and. That's not the end of the sentence.
So what denotes that there has to be changes to the building. What denotes that? Are we relying strictly on what the building department indicates, or is that something that is an interpretation of the use?
It is something that is going to be determined by the zoning officer and the building department related to the uses associated and ongoing within the accessory structure. I don't know how else to say it. I think it.
Well, it's kind of like what Rob was saying. If I have a building, an accessory building in my backyard that I invite friends over to play cards at and change clothes to go swimming, does that have to comply with commercial building code standards?
You keep coming back to commercial. This is not about the commercial code. It is about the code for the safety of all sorts of buildings. Whether you have, if you're adding on a new bedroom onto your residence and it's a bedroom, you still have to come up to the building codes for a bedroom.
Correct.
It might be certain widths of the beams, size of the window, egress and ingress. There are codes related to the accessory structure you would like to have the residents formally acknowledged as going forward.
What this is all about is ADA standards. Are they going to require us to either
I can't tell you what they're going to require.
Well, I know they haven't told us.
Well,
but
you
they have
haven't
told
gone in
us.
for a meeting.
They did tell us that we had to come up to ADA standards because Lance has been talking about we have to put in ramps, handicap ramps, and then it's handicap bathrooms.
I think we're going to give you our decision on the appeal here.
I understand,
And
but-
then you're going to have to work with our staff. They're going to try to give you the most direct path forward. It may require some physical structural changes. It may be a firewall related to storage of fuel, and we're working on motors and engines of race cars in this building. And having people upstairs, potentially your club members, and is that a safety factor? But we have a motion on the floor. It has been seconded. We've weighed in. I can only give you the direction to work directly with our staff and the building department in the same meeting, and they're probably going to want to see the inside of the structure and to discuss its uses so that they can make straightforward written recommendations of the changes you're going to need, if any. All those in favor signify by saying aye. Aye. Opposed? Thank you for your time.
Thank you.
Thank you for the patience of those here for the Music Associates Castle Creek Campus Master Plan Amendment. We're going to take like a 3-minute break just for the restrooms, and then we will go on to that item. Use actions. This is the Castle Creek Campus Master Plan Amendment. It was continued from May 25th. Suzanne, welcome. I'll ask that everyone identify themselves for the public record, and if we have any comments we need to make from the board before you proceed, Rob.
Let me go through my disclosure comments first. My fiance works for the music festival, so I'd like to disclose that. I don't think it creates a conflict at all. I'd also like to disclose, just for the record, back in, I believe it was either January or February, a Aspen Country Day member parent gave me a EPA report, which is in our packet, and I passed it on to the building department and passed on some concerns at that point to the building department back in, I believe it was February when I talked to you. And
You did talk, I don't remember.
And I do have, of course, several people from that. I haven't discussed any of this with them, but several people, friends of mine, that are in that have kids at the school.
Okay, thank you. So as long as there's been no
I'm
conversation.
new, George, so I'm trying to get it all out there. Stay out of trouble.
I said earlier that you have to start identifying all your friends. We're all in trouble.
Yeah.
Yeah, I appreciate that. You had referenced during a meeting, 2 meetings back, I'm not even sure on what topic, that you've been getting phone calls from people on either sides of this issue. And again, hopefully just let them know it's a quasi-judicial matter and I really can't discuss it.
That's where I go.
From there. So, okay, thank you. So if Rob seemed rude to any of his friends, don't take it personally. It's just a requirement of his job. Thank you so much. Again, Suzanne, please
Okay.
continue.
So for today's discussion, actually, the scope of this, which you'll probably be happy to hear, has shrunk. So actually, what's in front of you today are some of the fairly minor matters, and others of the items are off of the table for now, and will be back in front of you in the future. The Music Festival and Country Day continue to work on a partnership agreement, and that is why some of these items are being pulled off of today's agenda, and we'll only be discussing the water line crossing of Castle Creek and installation of a temporary facility on the campus to serve as a gym now that the music hall has been demolished, which happened last week, I understand. So if you're looking at your bullets on the first page of your memo, basically we're talking about the first one. We don't need to discuss the other three items. And essentially the temporary facility is kind of I see it as part of the phasing. It's something that was not really discussed during the original review process. Was as part of the phasing, will we need temporary facilities so that both schools can continue to function? So it kind of relates to the phasing plan, but it's not the big changes in phasing that had been discussed in the memo. So those are the only two things. I'll have Lance send around. I did create a revised reso that took out all of the information related to the other requests. So you can have a resolution in front of you that just deals with those two issues. So,
Suzanne, can I ask you one question, though, for my own clarification on this? And that's related to the third bullet point. Improvements to Keno Gulch for debris flow mitigation are currently required to be completed prior to application for a building permit for any buildings in the central area of the campus. That was just one of the big safety issues.
Mm-hmm.
And so, and maybe this is something, Alan, you can address more in your comments. Well, when will those proceed? Because I hate to see, the memo we all poured over in the whole packet before referenced that work beginning this August.
And my understanding,
and
yes, I think the intent is that will proceed. The issue here related to timing and when they could submit permits related to that.
Okay.
Given at this point that they aren't looking to be submitting permits to get under construction this fall,
okay.
That's not necessary to tweak the timing, but they are still planning to move forward with that Keno Gulch mitigation this fall.
Thank you.
Our desire is not to delay that. Our desire is to facilitate that and to complete that.
Okay, I just wanted to be clear
Not here,
on
it's a
that
good clarification.
So thank you very much.
So the water line, I'll just quickly talk about the two issues. The water line under Castle Creek with, since I put them out, I'll point it.
Sorry. That's okay, thanks.
There we go. So this is, figure out where my hand is here. This is going down Valley towards Aspen, heading up Valley, the campus. These are all the proposed buildings that were approved in the master plan. So just to give you bearings, was the proposed lower school building. This is the administration building here, the addition to that. The new rehearsal halls coming around the pond. Those are the main facilities, and the Country Day, the school building here. Those are the main facilities. The water line crossing we're talking about is actually up here. This is the upper bridge. So if you're familiar with the campus now, there's only one bridge, one vehicular bridge that comes across the creek that gets you into the campus. The master plan approved the addition of a bridge here and a bridge here. That improved circulation, obviously, and it also improved a lot of, there were infrastructure improvements associated with that ability to have additional crossings at the creek. During the original master plan review, we anticipated a water line, so there would be a loop system through here, but at the time the discussion was, it had a water line attached somehow to the bridge. And in further discussions with the city of Aspen to provide water, it was determined that they needed to put the water line under the creek in order to meet the specifications for the city and address concerns about movement of the bridge, all of the things that could affect a water line. So essentially the request is to bury the water line under the creek. It requires a minor tweak basically to the activity envelope that was previously approved. And the approvals under the code basically address impacts on riparian areas, work in the floodplain, those types of things are obviously the standards that were addressed here. So this is an amendment basically to the master plan to accommodate the undergrounding of the water line below the creek. The code allows us to permit a water crossing if the water crossing has been engineered to prevent blockage of drainage channels during peak flows, and placement does not result in the loss of wetlands and riparian areas, and it's confirmed by the Division of Wildlife or the county that the timing of the activity is not critical to the biology of the stream. I think all of those issues have been addressed. There won't be any blockage. This will be underneath the channel. There won't be anything in the channel once the construction is completed. There will only be a temporary impact. There will be some impact on the riparian areas. If you remember during the master plan, there's an extensive restoration and mitigation plan that's proposed as part of the entire redevelopment of the campus. This area was addressed in that, so they would be mitigating at a 1.25 to 1 restoration ratio for those areas. So anything that's impacted will be mitigated for, and areas will be restored. So there really won't be a loss of riparian areas. The Division of Wildlife did review the application and provided the dates during which construction should not occur, when it would have impacts on spawning. So that has been included as a condition of approval. And otherwise, I think the standards have been addressed in the memo, and I can answer questions if you have any questions about those. But we feel that this is acceptable and appropriate and meets the standards of the code. So we find that to be an acceptable amendment. The other issue about the temporary tent, like I said, isn't so much of a major amendment to the application, other than acknowledging that there will be temporary facilities, at least for now, and that may be part of future phases also of the development. There may be a need for temporary facilities. The temporary tent, or I don't know if it's a tent, some form of temporary facility for a gym is intended to be placed, and somebody else may be able to put this more.
We've actually got a drawing, Suzanne.
Oh, you've got drawings? Okay,
Yeah,
then they have a drawing. So I'll just say am I correct saying the upper parking lot?
Yeah.
The parking lot next to where the music hall was. So essentially this area right here is the area where a facility would be placed. And they can show you that more specifically. This is within the activity envelope that was previously approved. I don't think we see any issues related to that. The mitigation would be completed on Keno Gulch this fall. So again, putting a new facility in that area, the mitigation at that point would be complete there. So we don't see any issues with the placement of that. It had actually been contemplated this winter as an emergency measure when they first determined that the music hall could not be occupied anymore. We had been working with the applicants, and the timing just wasn't happening. It wasn't pulling together quickly enough. So we had already looked at this as a potential location, and we're open to that. So we're okay with that amendment also. I think, like I said, there's a revised reso in front of you that addresses only those two items, and I'm happy to answer any questions.
Yeah, storage, and then Michael.
Suzanne, on these two issues, the water and the temporary facility, is there any disagreement between the MAA and the Aspen Country Day in terms of what we're looking at today?
It is my understanding that there is not any disagreement, but but everyone else is in the room, so they can they can respond to that.
Okay, thank you.
Michael.
Suzanne, you mentioned that the water line is going to be, or was planned to go at the location of the bridge across the Castle Creek. Is it still going to go in the approximate location of the bridge?
It's just slightly upstream of the bridge.
So when is the bridge going to be constructed?
I have to have somebody help me with where that falls in the phasing. The water line isn't intended to be constructed now necessarily. They're not asking for this approval so they can put the water line in this summer or next fall.
It's just a change to...
It's a change to the approval, and it would be incorporated into their phasing plan, the overall phasing plan for all of the infrastructure and construction. Right now, it's in phase 2 for the bridge and the water line.
Phase 2 implementation.
I mean, I was just going to suggest that both those projects occur essentially simultaneously, because if the damage is going to occur with one of them, essentially you have the opportunity to put in the bridge and repair and heal the whole area at once. So that's all I was going to suggest.
Okay, thank you.
Oh, can I?
Yeah, please.
So how do we give permission for a temporary structure when we don't know what the temporary structure is?
I guess I don't have enough information at this point to know if they know what that structure is. I mean, I know this winter we talked about a tent-type structure. I think they've also looked at modular facilities. But I'm
modular.
Maybe the applicants can better address that than I can at this point.
High ceilings.
Wasn't there a discussion in the original approvals that there had been temporary structures down there, or temporary approvals, and those temporary structures had lasted for a long time?
There was discussion about the original buildings built for the music festival being, essentially being viewed as temporary facilities, right, that had been there for 40-plus years now. There are also several modular facilities that have been placed in the last 10 years.
Essentially, we were concerned about the temporary nature of those because they were slipping into permanent status, essentially. We had updated that temporary structure and allowed those. So and this is for the Board of County Commissioners, I think that if we do give, first of all, we have to find out what it is, but we need to define what temporary is, and set a time limit, a review, and so it doesn't go on for an extended period of time that doesn't meet temporary standards.
Thank you. Good point, Michael. Suzanne, did you have anything else for us? No. Okay, and any other board questions at this time? Alan.
Thank you.
Just identify yourself for the record.
For the record, I'm Alan Richmond. Also to be speaking today are two members of the staff at the Aspen Music Festival and School, Alan Fletcher and Jenny Elliott, who are behind me. We'll be making the presentation. We've also got a couple of other consultants here, engineering and construction, who can answer questions as are needed. I think to start, I'm going to turn it over to Alan Fletcher and kind of let him give you some perspective on how this has all evolved and why we are in front of you today. And then we can get down to the specifics.
Thank you.
Okay.
Please.
Hello. I'm Alan Fletcher. I'm President and CEO of Music Associates of Aspen, and we do business as the Aspen Music Festival and School. I'll be very brief, although I'd love to respond to any questions you might have. But just to give a context, first to thank particularly staff who've done a lot of work on this, and all of you for being prepared for the larger questions today, and to give context as to why we are not asking the County Commission to act on any of those at this time, except for these two. An already very complex situation with our master plan and project became considerably more so this winter when the building that we call Music Hall and that the day school has been using as a gymnasium, when that had a structural failure, and we determined that it could not be occupied. And this meant that we needed to look at the temporary aspects of replacing that structure, and also perhaps a rephasing of the original master plan that would allow us to replace the structure in a permanent way more quickly than the original master plan allowed. And that's why the more complex amendments that were presented to you were devised. It is true, however, that we, as Music Associates of Aspen, entirely believe that the highest and best use of this property is the joint campus with the day school as originally proposed. And we have been in the past 30 days in a vigorous and very productive late negotiation with the Country Day School, and anticipating, hoping that that will be successful in pretty short order, that would allow us to proceed with more like the original master plan. And that's why we are not asking you to consider the minor amendments that would have allowed a rephasing of the construction on a more systematic scale. I do want to mention that we anticipate doing the Keno Gulch mitigation this summer, beginning during our period of the summer, so beginning as soon as possible in order to have it completed as soon as possible. And that is something that our joint Health and Safety Committee, this is a committee of staff and board members of both the Country Day School and the Music Associates, that committee has fully approved. And in addition, to answer your question, the questions before you today about the temporary structure have also been fully considered by this joint committee and approved by it. So there's no controversy between us in terms of what we're asking to accomplish today. So that may be all I need to say, unless there's something.
Any questions at this time for Alan?
Well, I would like, I don't know if it's Alan or Alan would respond to Michael's question in terms of what temporary
We will.
means. And
We will.
okay, thank you.
Thank you very much.
Okay, thanks.
Okay, Alan, keep
So
going.
I think
Your floor now.
with that background, we're able to kind of focus down on the two items that Suzanne introduced, which are the water line and the temporary building. And I'm going to speak to the water line just for a second, and then Jenny's going to speak to the temporary building. We have reviewed the staff comments about the water line, and as usual, Suzanne has done a very thorough introduction to the water line, its location, its character, so I don't need to restate those things. I have just had a conversation with our engineer about the point that Michael raised in terms of would it be appropriate for the bridge and the water line crossing to occur at the same time. Those are anticipated to occur at approximately the same time, so if that was something that the board were to require, that's something that we could certainly accept. It's certainly a reasonable suggestion. The staff recommended conditions with regard to the water line, which are in the revised resolution that's in front of you. All of those are acceptable to us, so we don't have any disagreements whatsoever with county staff in terms of the approach to the water line. Dan, anything else we need to jump in and say about the water line? This is Matt Webster from Schmiese Gordon Meyer, the firm that's designing the water line crossing.
Just in terms of, one question was asked about the location, and we're moving it slightly upstream just because we want to stay out of the area where the bridge abutments would be put in. So it's moving slightly upstream of the bridge itself just to have a clear construction access for it.
Michael?
And I'm asking this because I'm interested. How do you actually put a water line in underneath? What are the mechanics of that? Do you divert the stream to one side, then, or do you put an entire cast element into this?
There are two options in terms of dealing with the flow, and I think the contractor at this point would prefer to basically divert the entire flow, which would essentially be creating a low spot where they can put pumps in to pump the water over the area or around the area where you're working, so they can do the excavation at one time across the entire channel width. So obviously you want to do that at a low flow time when you're not dealing with as much water. The other option would be to do half at a time and just divert around. Their preference at this point from a constructability standpoint is to sort of divert the entire flow through that area so that they can just in one movement go all the way across. The water line will be placed in a concrete casing, and then the ductile iron pipe will be threaded through that concrete encasing with the extra measures taken to prevent corrosion so that hopefully it lasts a lot longer.
And how do you maintain the water quality of the stream at the time that all that work is?
Like with any kind of dewatering, you can provide for basically filtration at the point where it's being pumped. So you would have a low spot, and as it passes into the area where your pump sits, you can have filtration measures.
And that's all governed by what regulations then? By Picken County regulations or by Army Corps of Engineers?
The project as a whole will have two items to pertain to that. One is a State of Colorado stormwater management plan, and then we also have an Army Corps permit that we're working on for all the work within the creek itself.
So you're saying that there won't be any change to the quality of water downstream from that project?
Correct. Okay, that's the goal.
Okay, because you know, I can understand that you want it to occur the low flow situation, but that actually increases the possible impacts because you have less water to dilute any turbidity or sedimentation or whatever. So that actually presents a greater challenge in terms of preserving the stream qualities at that time. So I just want to make sure that we're doing that.
Thank you for those comments, Michael. I was going to ask a couple questions along the same lines. How deep do you think you'll be able to bury the line? And has there been testing to kind of find out when you hit bedrock?
They actually, we did have some geotechnical studies done in the creek when we were doing scour analysis for the bridge, and the city standards for the water line are to be 7 feet below grade, so we want to be 7 feet below the creek bank, the creek bed.
Okay, thank you. Again, Michael had brought it up on the water quality. We went through a pretty extensive process on permitting some stream restoration work up near North Star about a year ago, and they specifically had equipment when it was going to be in the river or working with the river and pumping and things that were run off of vegetable-based type of oil, so there was no petroleum products, machinery in the river should there be leaks or spills. And is that the standard you're going to be upholding as well?
I can't speak to that constructability issue at this point. I don't know if our contractor has addressed it to that level or not.
I don't think we've gotten that far yet. I've made a note. I'm Lisa Vogel.
This is Lisa Vogel.
I'm with the Wells Partnership. I'm the project manager for the Castle Creek campus project. So I've made a note to mention that to Shaw, our contractor, because that's something I haven't heard of before, and it sounds like a great idea.
Yeah, I think that I don't know how to incorporate it in the resolution, and our staff would have the resources available for you to contact the previous contractor on that project to be able to find out what type of resources and how that they source that sort of project. They were fairly specific that, once they got in the river, they had to get all done at once because it was, certainly an extra step to have their equipment running on this. And it may have even been like more of a biodiesel or something, but it was just not a standard petroleum process. I may be explaining it wrong, but it was, again, considered a best management practice for working in the rivers and streams. Okay. And it sounds like you're already dealing with best management practices for other sediment control and suspended solids. Very good. George, you have a question?
Well, just to follow up on that, Rachel, because I remember when we approved that restoration up on the Roaring Fork, we had the presentation in terms of exactly what they were going to do, and then we had that approval based on that commitment, which may go beyond just best management practices.
Yeah, well, I actually looked at Lance to see if they could incorporate that as a standard in the res zone while we're...
Yeah, I don't recall it specifically, but we can find it.
Yeah.
Okay, great.
Okay. Thank you. Alan, please continue. Rob, did you have any questions?
No, at this point, no.
So that is all we were going to speak to with regard to the water line crossing, unless there are other questions. So we need to speak now to the temporary tent facility. Jenny Elliott is going to be speaking with respect to that. I guess with respect to, and Jenny will speak to timing and the length of time that we would expect this facility to be in place. I think you'll hear, number one, about the character of it, that we are talking about a tent-type facility. We're not talking about a structure as we typically think of it. this is really a very different situation as to how we've gotten into this. And I've asked Jenny to kind of give you some background about how this all came about and why this temporary facility is necessary. And it really kind of sets it apart from what's happened on campus before. So let's see if we can answer your questions before they come up about the facility.
When we were here for the campus master plan, we talked a lot about the music hall, not only about the character of it, but how well it suited our purposes and what kind of shape it was in. Since that time, we have been tracking it regularly with the structural engineer and having it reviewed because we were worried about the integrity of the structure. Spring 2010, we had a structural engineer out there who talked to us about a few ways to shore up the building and gave us specific requirements of keeping snow off the building during winter 2010-2011. We did do that. During January, we were inspecting the building on a very regular basis, every other day type thing. At one point, our maintenance person went in and saw between 6 and 8 new cracks in the trusses that he had not seen the week before. So we immediately shut the building, called our structural engineer, and had him come out and do an evaluation, and they suggested that we stop using the building. We continued to evaluate the building. We had a second structural engineer come out and do a similar evaluation to say, should we be fixing it? Should we stop using it? What's the recommendation? And both engineers recommended that we not use the building, and they did not think that fixing it was really an option. So the building was closed. It was the middle of January, and it was just demolished a week ago Saturday. So that was obviously, even though we were still in an unknown territory with our negotiations with Aspen Country Day School, having to close Music Hall is really what has thrown us back in the process, whether we were ready or not. So now that we are not sure where the phasing will go, depending on where our partnership goes, we do know we need a gym for the Aspen Country Day School kids when they come back to school in September. Aspen Country Day School was very accommodating between January and May. And used alternate facilities. They went off site a little bit. We closed our upper parking lot so they could use that in the springtime. They use our ponds in the winter, and we kind of made it work, but we need to have something for them when they come back to school in September. That being said, we are looking at a tent, something that's about 40 by 60 is the kind of thing we're looking at. It is a pole structure. We'll put it on existing asphalt. We'll put some kind of rubber floor inside it once it's up, either the kind of rubber floor you spray on, or there are also some interlocking rubber tiles we can put in that we then could probably reuse in a new gym. It will have propane heaters, but only temperate heat. It won't be very warm. There will not be restroom facilities in the building. There will be some nearby. We've already looked at it for access, ingress, all those kinds of things that we need for kids. And we're having to put in special doors and things like that, special ventilation to make sure it all accommodates code. No matter what situation we find ourselves in with phasing, whether we're partnering with Aspen Country Day or not, I would say that, 2 years would be the maximum I would see we would need a gym. We need a temporary gym. I think that we will get a new music hall built within 2 years. So I think that we would be willing to put on a limit to either, build it or come back and explain why in the reso at this time, if that helps your situation. Let's see what else.
We can show
we can show where. May I? Usually. Yeah. So right now here is the single bridge that comes across campus. This is the existing administration building. Thank you. And then you drive onto campus. This is the old music hall that has now been demolished. And the tent will go basically against the hillside, somewhere in this area, in between here and here. We've already looked to make sure fire trucks can turn around. When we had, as Suzanne mentioned, the sort of emergency situation in the spring, or in January when we thought we would put a tent up for the spring, we've had the fire department look at this. And they're fine with this situation. Obviously, once we go to building permit, that'll all be tied down a little bit more. But it'll go up here in the upper lot. We will probably still have some parking around here in the upper lot, no different than what we have now. But we'll need to make sure there's enough space, like I said, for the fire truck, probably do 3-point in this area. But that's where we're thinking about putting the temporary structure.
So unlike the previous item to our item, we fully understand that building codes and all of your other codes do apply to this. And the reason that some of your questions I don't think are necessarily being answered today, because all of those fall under the building code, and we understand that we have to meet all of those kinds of standards. So none of that is in dispute here.
Rob?
With the temporary structure there, have you addressed, can you explain entrances and exits and, you know, kids coming out into parking lots, and are you going to have an area, transitional area between the inside and outside so kids don't run right out into a parking or where cars are driving around?
Yeah, we haven't located exactly what side we will put the entrances and exits on. We talked about that when we were thinking about the packet that's in front of you when it was in the lower lot, how we would keep that kind of safety barrier around the tent, and we'll do the same here. You know, and I think that it could probably be in the same envelope. We'll have to keep a similar envelope clear for a fire truck to turn around, so we're not going to be able to have cars park that close to it because it's going to be a tight space. So that will be something that we'll work out with Country Day about where are the exits best for them and what's the safest way to do it.
Additional questions? I'm not really seeing any. You know, I am supportive of both of these two changes as I see them so far. In particularly, we've had problems with the affordable housing project at Pick and Iron, whose water line was exposed and went under a bridge and had freeze, thaw, shifting problems that just haven't seemed to end. So I think that that's a smart move. On the span of the temporary tent, so this would probably become effective in September 2011 and then go through September 2012, and by September 2013 is when you're saying you think the real
Yep.
building would be there.
Yep.
Okay. I can also support those dates. And the one thing I just encourage you to consider talking to the city of Aspen on the temporary flooring component. I have no idea where it's gone or not, but they were frequently talking about getting some temporary flooring to be able to use up at the Arc, at the ice rink, to be able to hold indoor special events. And so there might be a cost-sharing opportunity. That's all, you know, not that you have to do anything there, but there might be some opportunity there. And other than that, this is a land use action. It is not a public hearing, but if you had anyone else who wanted to speak to any of these matters, Alan, that you want to call on from the audience, or if people were here from the audience who wanted to contribute, since everyone's been so patient today, I certainly would accept other public comments.
I turn to the audience.
Is there anyone here who has anything they would like to? No? Okay, great. We appreciate that, given the hour of the day. Let's turn it back to the board for comments, questions, and potentially motions. Does everyone kind of concur with my outline?
Yeah, I do. I think, you know, it's not that I want it to end at the end of 2 years, the temporary use, but that there's just a review of that, an explanation of, because planning on how construction is going to go 2 years from now.
I agree with that. Okay, well, let's see if I could recap. We have a new resolution. Thank you for preparing that, Suzanne. We would like to amend it to add more detail to the temporary nature of the tent, that it will be good through the fall, I don't know if we want to say October or something, just to give you a little end of construction season, October of 2013, that the best management practices and non-petroleum-based fueling for equipment that will be used within the river, unless there are variations that are approved by our staff, you know, in case there's a type of equipment that cannot run that way. Fully take a look at that. Were there any other amendments that others had captured? Michael?
Well, the water line and the bridge shall be constructed more or less simultaneously.
In the same phase?
Yeah, I mean, really at the same time frame. Of
quite frankly.
Yeah.
Because, you know, I don't know how many feet apart it is, but if you're going to damage that part,
Yeah.
it'll get going.
Yeah, they're close. They're basically separated by a grove of trees that we purposely avoided with the water line, but it's a very short walking distance between. They're quite proximate.
And so would say roughly concurrent construction of those features in that phase?
That's acceptable.
So I would make a motion to approve the resolution as presented to us with the changed, the additions stated.
Okay.
Second.
Any further comments or questions? I will make a really brief comment before we finish up. I'm very encouraged to see the music festival and the country day school staying at the table to try to work those issues out that may have separated you before. I'm not privy to what those are, but I can just tell you I came back from Rural Mountain Philanthropy Days last week and had a very good sit-down dinner with just a few other commissioners and the director of the Gates Foundation and the Vector Foundation. And they were asking advice from commissioners and then also kind of outlining what they see as a new reality for philanthropic giving. And that is that there is more collaboration, multi-use, and regionalism in all their projects. And they just saw that with limited resources, unlimited demand, they really weren't going to be funding sole use activities going forward. And, you know, that's just one example, but I think that that's what all communities are beginning to face. The economic downturn that we saw is going to have ramifications for decades to come. And that, especially in a community such as ours, where some of those resources are land area and land mass. And, you know, for myself, going through that very lengthy, thorough approval for the redevelopment of your campus, a lot of that sentiment that carried it over the finish line was knowing this was going to serve two community needs at once, and that this was a year-round facility that would enrich our community through its educational purposes. And so I really would very strongly encourage you to continue that collaboration and find a way to work it out just for the financial and community support of both organizations.
Thank you, Rachel.
Thank you. Okay, we have a motion, we have a second. If there's no other comments, I would call the roll. Is anybody all in favor?
Aye.
Opposed? There you go.
Thanks.
Thank you very much.
Thank you very much.
While we're still on the record, I want to thank Suzanne. During this process, we've really been throwing her an unusual number of curveballs. This has really just not gone in a straight line, and she's been totally helpful, totally patient with us. She's a joy to work with.
I agree.
Thank you. Very nice. We appreciate that, and we appreciate Suzanne. So, we have one other land use action on the agenda, and that is solar. Continued first reading, Michael Kramer. We're going to try and cut right through that, so if there's any conversations, we'll ask you to continue those outside. And Mike is the one who would have the information from the restoration.
Yeah. You stepped out, I'll tell you.
Okay.
Okay. Well, welcome. Mike, you're going to introduce yourself and lead us through this.
Okay, Mike Kramer with Pickens County Planning Staff, and we are doing the land use code amendments for solar. And we did a first reading on April 27th, and we continued that first reading so that the board could do a site visit. We did that site visit on May 17th. And went to 4 separate sites where installations had occurred around the county, and the board saw different heights, different arrays, different sizes, and we talked to some homeowners too. So the board discussed a few items in the last first reading, the last hearing, and we talked about the potential for requiring public notices for all installations, the 400 square foot threshold, and then also the glare topic, the glare nuisance language we included in the ordinance. There was a couple questions that the board had, and I think Michael asked the question about the FAA, and we responded, or actually we talked to Pickens County Airport, and it does not look like there is any specific requirement to have the FAA review a solar installation if it's off-site. They have standards and a whole packet of information if they do it on-site, if you do a solar array on-site. But off-site, they really don't have any requirements, but nonetheless, we would refer any solar installations that would impact the airport. We looked at roof shingle solar panel, and I actually called a local architect in the valley who did the installation at the, I think it was Midland that we saw. And they certainly looked really nice, and they were non-intrusive comparatively to a regular solar installation. And it looks like they're very costly, first of all, and there's some factors that don't make them viable for all purposes. So we're looking at that. Lastly, at the last BOCC meeting, there was a recommendation from a member of the public to require that we do adjustable racking systems for roof-mounted panels, and also require tracking systems for ground-mounted panels. And I thought it was worthy to possibly call some installers about that recommendation to the board. And the installers, probably not, were so hip and happy about that suggestion. They said it adds cost to the project. They do acknowledge that it could adjust some glare away from someone receiving that. But both installers I talked to said it's really not panacea for dealing with glares to require this type of installation.
Yeah.
I asked the subject came up, adjustable solar came up because the community development suggested there be different standards after 400 square feet. And I pointed out that 400 square feet, the size of the wall behind the staff, that is really substantial. But maybe the way to get to address it was that you use adjustable system to avoid further review, and that way it allows you to make adjustments for glare or whatever, because a degree or half a degree over a certain distance is enough to take care of the problem, and yet still capture solar energy. So that's how it came up. It wasn't necessarily what you're outlining. It was
Limiting just to those type of...
Yeah, it was really to how do you, 400 feet seemed an arbitrary number. It's smaller than 800 square feet, but still, and as we saw on our field trip, that was probably much less than 400 square feet. It has a significant impact at even a small size. But if you could have adjusted that installation just slightly, you might have avoided the situation. So that's my recollection.
So we did talk to the solar installers about that, being able to adjust those things. And they said that there is a company that makes essentially the racking system, the hardware to do it, but it doesn't jive with the type of panels that are currently being used by the installers. And they said it would be difficult and it would be expensive, and that was their answer to me. I'm just relaying back to the board. Yeah. So that's all I have. I do have a couple topics about the ordinance that I would like to just outline for the board too. If you remember, in our ordinance, our previous ordinance, we talked about solar arrays, and we were defining that basically as like other people call solar farms. And we heard a suggestion that we should really call that solar farm or solar array. It's kind of the new way to say it, but it's confusing, and it's confusing me, and it's confusing a lot of people. So we went back to solar farm, and that's the commercial aspect of putting up panels to meter and to produce electricity and things like that. So we went back to that definition. We had a great suggestion from CORE about the ordinance, and asked, and if I could just direct your attention to Exhibit D of the ordinance. We talk about ground-mounted solar energy collectors, and really the ground-mounted is really the only type of solar energy collector that would be used in a solar farm application. And the question that was posed to me this afternoon was, do all the solar requirements that we've outlined in Exhibit D apply to a solar farm. And I was looking at this and I thought, no, it doesn't, that only really the ground-mounted requirements in Section 5 there, ground-mounted solar energy collectors would apply to a solar farm, where we restrict height and things like that. So I would propose that we somehow include those requirements in the solar farm definition of solar farm site-specific development standards, which end up being the next exhibit, Exhibit E.
Okay.
So, and then we also had 2 members of the public that were sitting with us, and then they had to get going through the longevity of the meeting. And I told them that I would outline their concerns if the board wants to hear that now, or we can do it later.
Well, let's go ahead and hear it now.
Okay. Lauren Martindale with the CEC and Mike Tierney were the 2 people that were sitting in the audience. And they said they were not satisfied with the color condition. It ends up being in that same Exhibit D, where it says ground-mounted solar energy collectors and other ancillary development, racking, assembly, balancing system, utility boxes, etc., shall be a color consistent with the color of the associated residence or building. And they both have the same response to that condition, and they said that it only comes in those types of development only come in anodized bronze, and it comes from the manufacturer like that. And they're worried that if they paint it to make it a color consistent with the residence, that they're going to void the warranty of the system, and they would like to see that removed.
George, Michael.
A couple things. Back on the minimum of the 400 square feet for, I can't find a wording of this, but at 400 square feet, the way this is proposed is when you would kick in for administrative review.
They're all administrative review, except for the solar farm. That becomes a P&Z and a Board of County Commissioner review.
So what is the...
The difference is that when there's a solar array that's roof mounted, if it's less than 400 square feet, you don't have to do the public noticing for that. But if you go above 400 square feet, then you do the noticing of the neighbors, you post a sign on the property for 30 days, and there's a public comment period.
So I said this last time, and I still think it's important that, as Michael pointed out, 400 is substantially a large unit, and I think maybe it's 200 that you need to do public notice and notice neighbors. I'm not sure that would really add a lot of work for staff. You'd have to let me know if that's the case. But I'd want to know if my neighbor was putting up a 300 square foot solar panel and how that was going to be oriented and located. And then the other point I have, the question I have, is under Exhibit D, under ground-mounted solar energy collectors. And again, I mentioned this last time. We're on point 2. We're limiting ground-mounted solar mounts to 12 feet in height, which is actually, we're increasing that for what code is right now, correct? Right now it's 10 feet. But then on parcels of 80 acres or less, and then on lots of parcels greater, we're going up around like 16 feet. And I guess my point is, if 12 feet adequately addresses the height for a solar panel, I'm not sure why the acreage makes any difference. And in fact, if someone had a larger parcel, they probably have even more options in terms of where they might place that mount. So I would like to see it consistent. I don't understand why we would allow a difference. I think we would get ourselves into a debate with people, why, just because of the acreage of the land, why does that make it more appropriate or better to allow a larger pole mount? Because that was the whole argument to begin with. 10 feet was too short, and the installers wanted to go to 16, and we came up with a compromise somewhat of 12.
Was there a logic on the breakdown? Why don't you go ahead and let us know?
At the P&Z, that topic came up, and we heard, as far as height, discussions about a solar panel being, or not having a height limit, being as high as somebody wanted to build it. Or we heard that 10 feet was adequate. And one of the P&Z commissioners, I think it was Howard, said that he thought there would be less of an impact on a larger lot because you've got more, just basically space in between parcels. It was quite simple. It was just, you're on a larger lot, you can go up higher because the impact isn't felt as it would be if you were on a smaller lot in a subdivision.
I would still support my premise that if 12 feet works and that's adequate to accomplish the needs, then this should work for 10 acres or 80 acres.
Rob?
I would just say it would depend on where on that 80-acre or 100-acre lot you put the panels. Just because the lot size is larger really doesn't make any difference depending on where the building envelope is and where the structures and where neighboring structures are. But if we limited it to 12 feet across the board, is there a special review that someone could put a larger solar, go up to say 16 or maybe even 24 if it were a place that was isolated on their 80-acre lot, meaning no other view, not anybody else's view plane, through a special review of some sort. That's the way I would do it, because I encourage a larger solar panel in an area that is isolated, maybe whatever hillside there might be. I mean, if it's up against a hillside that's 30 feet tall, what's the point? What's the difference if you put a taller array that's up against that hillside, but through some sort of special review.
Are other board members interested in carrying something like that forward in the ordinance? Michael?
No, I don't have a problem with it if people want to apply for a larger array with exceptions to height.
That's easy to do.
Okay, so
special review.
We're making George's recommendation the base, allowing an area for special review. And it would be an entirely discretionary action.
Correct, to the Board of County Commissioners.
Thank you.
And then where does the board stand in terms of the public noticing, in terms of the size of the square footage?
I'm kind of thinking 200 might be too small to have that step, because there is a cost associated with these, and time, and let alone someone coming in and thinking they'll get heard at 1 o'clock and they don't get heard until 5. It sounds like we'll be filling our docket with solar panel reviews. If it's a public notice to what? Is it a public notice to
It's not
staff?
to a meeting, it's just a public notice that allows an objection to be made, and we put those to the Planning and Zoning Commission.
If an objection occurs, then it goes to the P&Z.
Okay, and if the P&Z rules with the objector, does the applicant then get to appeal to our board?
There's always an appeal.
Okay. And now, Michael?
Well, I think, the wall behind staff is approximately 10 feet tall, and probably 20 feet goes down from Soapers, just past the camera down there. So that's really big. That's just 200 feet, 10 by 20. That's huge. And if I were a neighbor and that appeared one morning next to me, I'd be concerned about that, much less anything larger.
Yeah.
So,
I'm going to maybe be in the minority on this, and I support the integrity of our neighborhoods, but I just have a real concern that that we're going to end up hearing a lot of kind of neighbor-to-neighbor squabbles. And I don't mean about the glare of the solar panel. It's going to be like, oh, I don't like them because of what they did over here, or how they treated my dog the last time it went on the property, so I'm going to object to their solar panels. And the issue to me is more about how quickly we're able to move off the carbon-based society. The most recent reporting in the past couple of days, a major panel looking at ocean health has come back to a sense we're going to say entirely collapsed ocean systems by 2050 between acidization, anoxia with the lack of oxygen in the water, and warming. And, you get to a point where we're moving cautiously, but perhaps too slowly, and our neighbors are going to end up objecting to the fact that there's no seafood chain of life to support all of our food needs in a very short time period. So I'm just really concerned that we're going to be boxing this in so small that it's going to both hurt the industry and then hurt where we need to go.
I understand that, but, when you live out in a subdivision or you've got neighbors, I think it's important that the neighbors be noticed, just like any special review that goes through the caucuses.
Yeah.
It's different than probably living in condos, but if you've got a neighborhood with 20 homes and each home is just an acre in size, 2 acres in size, there's a limited space in between your property and your neighbor's property. And I think it's it's a courtesy, it's a respect, it's just to allow the neighbors to be aware that something's happening. And I don't think we're going to see a flood of people complaining about it. I think everyone wants to see the use of renewable energy and allow that to happen, but I think we have to, everything we do, we take into account how it might impact a neighbor, and I think this is one of those.
Thank you, Michael, and then Mike.
Yeah, I think that, I don't think this will dampen people's desire to put in solar. I think it just says that, and given that our tour was so thorough and you could see the impacts, I mean, visiting those solar sites was very interesting because you could see that people would be upset about it, and you might not actually, in this case, see the front side of the solar, you might see the back side of the solar, which it may allow us to go to Red Lobster for a long time, having solar, but if you have to look at the backside of that solar installation, it's an industrial thing. And so you're inserting an industrial look into what people thought was going to be a residential area. And so you have these things that go up to 12 feet, and you see all the struts and the poles and the things because you're on the back side of the installation. I think people deserve some notice. And I think, although some neighbors do go after each other on subjects that are not directly related to why they have a conflict, I don't think they'll do that in this case. I think they'll be appreciative of notification at the very least. Because that's all we're talking about, is notification.
Probably. I'm not going to belabor the point, it's late in the day, but it gets to where I think it's creating a lot of opportunities to deny repeatedly and putting our staff in a very difficult position of neighborhood squabbles or disagreements. And then, well, Putnam County staff approved theirs, but why didn't they approve mine? Or the guy staff did this and he didn't do that. And, are we going to see a lot of people deliberately undersizing and then not having the review or just because, and just to avoid it, just to avoid the public notice, avoid the issue, and a lot of deliberately undersizing what could have been their energy generation. I think it's easy to, it's just too easy to move too slow when things are changing pretty rapidly around us, and I'm concerned about that. The one point I'll make, since and I'll go to you, Rob, sorry about that, but on number 7 on our Exhibit D, I just want to make sure we very clearly carry that forward into other areas of the building code where newly constructed buildings will have a minimum of 400 square feet of roof space cited for solar gain and available for construction of solar. I just want to make sure someone doesn't go through their design and everything on their home and then didn't realize that this provision under the solar panel stuff applies to their other architectural requirements at the time. John?
Does the board want to change that number 7 to, instead of reading buildings, to say residential structures? Because building is anything. It might not have 400 square feet of roof.
Where are we, Rachel?
I'm on Exhibit D.
Exhibit D, yes.
Number 7. Item 1, number 7.
Oh, item 1, number 7. Okay.
Yeah, sorry about that. I just want, should it be all buildings, is John's questions, or should it just be residences, to be a little more clear?
Buildings include everything, the way it's defined in the code.
We were thinking.
This would make it barns have to have 400.
We were thinking single-family homes.
Okay, so we want
You're
to
correct.
clarify that.
Yeah.
John's caught that one. Good catch.
Excuse me, would it say newly constructed as well, or just?
Yes, we'll still say
Newly
that.
constructed single-family homes,
Residential structures.
residential structures, all right.
There, now it is you, Rob.
I was just going to weigh in. I think the notice number should be lower because I think it will help us solve problems among neighbors earlier on versus it gets built and then we're going to the nuisance area and debating whether or not someone should take down their solar panels. I don't know what the number is though, whether 200 or 250 or 300.
No.
We can take it.
Sure.
200.
I'll agree with you.
I don't know if there's other board questions or comments yet, if we run through all the different issues. I know we've had some people very patiently sitting here, and it is not really a public hearing, but again, we'll take comments to have that input and hopefully get things a little more effective for our second reading. If board members don't have any further questions or comments, I'll move to that now. Please, just identify yourself for the record and let us know your concerns.
Thanks. I'm Amelia Fatman. I work for CORE. And I just, I spoke to Mike earlier today about, I had the question about why 400 square feet from an energy generation standpoint. And I was kind of wondering, what is that in terms of production? Because it seems to me that whatever the cutoff is for seeking extra or seeking public comment on individual installations on people's homes should be consistent with what the county and the city are promoting through REMP, the rebate programs that we offer, and what a home of a standard size requires. And so, and Mike can speak to this also, but he explained that the rationale for 400 square feet is that it allows for 150 to 200 square feet worth of solar thermal, which would be a pretty standard amount, and then an additional 200 square feet of photovoltaics. And that would be a package that would be very appropriate for most homes to definitely allow for their domestic hot water and possible radiant and for heating. And 200 square feet of photovoltaics, according to some of the installers at SunSense, using the most efficient panels that they have, would be about a little over 3 kW of solar, which is a pretty standard size that we see coming through our rebate program, and is on the small end of covering a home. And so to me it seems that allowing for 400 square feet allows a home to generate their own both solar electricity and hot water needs on their roof or on the ground. Of course, we would sort of prefer roof mounts because they're the most efficient use of space. And that creating a split sort of before that limit where a home can provide for themselves is maybe a little onerous both for the industry and for homeowners. I just agree with the chair that we've done so much in this county to promote solar energy that then maybe at least setting the limit at a self-sufficiency for a home level of 400 square feet seems to be consistent with everything else we're doing.
Thank you for that comment. You have questions on the comment, George?
Well, I just want to say, the point we were trying to make was not that we were restricting to a smaller size, but just that there would be public notice and the neighbors would be noticed that there was solar panels or whatever were going to be going up if it was 200 square feet or larger, but we were not saying we weren't limiting it at all.
And I think you've raised a good point. We should clarify. By public notice, do we mean posting the property? Do we mean mailing to neighbors? Do we mean publishing in the newspaper? What type of public notice are we talking about?
We have a requirement to mail to property owners within 300 feet of the property line, and then also post a sign on the property too. There's no publishing in the paper.
Thanks, Howard, for clarification. And Rob, you wanted?
I was just going to say the same comment. We're not limiting it to 200 square feet. That's the notice level. We're allowing they can go above 400, right? That's
yeah, correct.
So there's no limit to the square footage they can put on their roof.
And it would be if they pass 200 feet in aggregate, they would become public notice. So if someone put 195 up tomorrow, there's no public notice. They come back 2 years from now, they want to add another 195, that would push them into the public notice. So that it's not, doesn't matter if they're all separate installations. You've heard the board, and I think there's wisdom in both sides. Is there anyone else who would care to speak to these ordinances that come forward? Okay, there will be a second hearing on this. I imagine we'll have a little more public input. There'd be some opportunities to change. Lance, do you have any?
Yeah, we haven't published this yet. As you know, we now with this input we will. Plus, just talking here with John, we still haven't come up with the correct word, whether it's residential or single family or duplex, whatever. We'll come up with something other than buildings, but
okay.
Given our definitions in the code, we don't have the answer yet, but we will before we publish.
Yeah. Michael?
There was the issue also of painting the structures, and the recommendation by a solar person that might void the warranty, and that anodized bronze aluminum was available. I'd like to see what that anodized, I'm thinking it's a dark anodized color, but I'm not sure. But having walked around the backside of these things, if it was a darker color, it might be less intrusive. So I'm suggesting that I'd like to see it, and maybe we don't have a requirement as long as it's bronze.
Yeah. I think there was another idea that was put forward at the beginning of our conversation, and that, let me bounce it off you guys. If someone was coming in with a tracking system where they could be adjusted, would you still see the public notice requirement at 200 feet? Or if someone is making that additional expense, then they can go up to 400 feet without a public notice if they have the kind of glare adjustment mechanisms built into the system?
Yeah, I'm comfortable with that.
I think that might offer a little incentive for people to actually do those sort of things, so that you can go up to 400 feet with no public notice if you have the ability to adjust the glare, the racking systems, not tracking systems. Okay. Are there other comments or questions? John?
On the last section, which is Exhibit F, I'm not sure, I was going to say definition, but it's a description of glare as a nuisance. And there is no separate nuisance definition within the land use code, and in the first sentence and last sentence of that proposed section, we refer to that term. Without a definition, it would simply be construed under common law, and common law does not, to my knowledge, anywhere extend to identify glare as a nuisance. So it would probably be better if we eliminated that particular term.
Pain in the rear.
Well, even in the first sentence, if it should read, shall not create an unreasonable adverse impact, in intensity and duration, period. Just simply delete the sufficient to cause a nuisance. And in the last sentence, the property owner is responsible for mitigation of glare. Is probably the safest way to go.
Yeah, I still, and this would be for the second meeting, want to see what is the follow-up of who determines if the mitigation is sufficient. And is it going to be, I don't want to ever see it at all, I see it during certain times of the year, I see it when I'm in my yard but not in my house, I see it in my driveway. You know, I think, what is our enforcement mechanism to make someone do that mitigation, and when do we determine the mitigation is sufficient? I think we really need to outline what procedures we're trying to get ourselves into there.
Good idea.
Yeah, good idea, John.
Okay, this is,
Can I follow up on that?
yeah, please.
I think you also have to define the impact, who it is to. In other words, is there a radius of impact? Is it within 400 yards, or is it within 2 miles, or is it within 10 miles? And I think you have to, because the site visit was in a neighborhood, and it was clear that it was an adjacent house. We walked essentially between the two structures. But if it's 2 miles away, we have to define that. I think who can make a complaint about that?
Some measure of immediacy.
Yes, something.
To the proximity.
And clearly, this has been the biggest hang up
Challenge
with
of all.
trying to write code on this.
Okay. Well, I think we have some direction, and we'll probably have further conversations and, look on the web and see if anything new popped up that helps answer all these questions since we embarked on this. We will need a motion to move this forward to second reading, and do you know what date we're going to have?
No, we haven't even published yet because we wanted to get all the changes, and
Okay.
then we'll publish and we will.
So this is just a continued first reading?
This is a continued first reading.
Do you want us to continue it again? Is that what you're saying? Or do you want us to approve it on first reading?
So we're continuing first reading.
We don't
without-
need to. No, we can take what you've given us
And then do a
and
second
publish
reading for
it
publishing.
and do a second reading.
Okay, so you would like us to approve it
Well,
on first reading today?
here's how that would work. Given that what we're talking about is, say, increased explanation and development of that section at Exhibit F, staff can go ahead and take what you adopt on first reading today, which is essentially the only, unless somebody has specific language to offer right now, I don't, then what we'd be doing is acting on this, because this is what the board will accept at first reading. That would get published for second reading, and then when that is developed and changed, it will necessitate a third reading.
Okay, but it won't necessitate a second publication.
Only the publication of the changes from this accepted version.
Okay, I'd like to have a motion to approve on first reading, is what it sounds like to me.
With these
As
amendments.
amended.
As amended,
As
with what
amended,
we
with
would
it
discuss.
via the discussion.
All right.
So moved. Second.
Okay.
Just a quick question. I never knew we did third readings.
Oh, yeah.
But we do. I guess
Oh,
I
sure.
just haven't had one yet.
We try to avoid it.
Sometimes fourth and fifth.
Yeah. Okay, so we have a motion, we have a second. All those in favor signify by saying aye. Aye. Thank you very much, Mike. Thank you, everyone who has sat through the meeting. We appreciate your patience. We now have a BOCC open discussion, and then we have a brief continuation of executive session that we were unable to finish everything yesterday. So, in terms of open discussion, John, you have some new items.
Oh, a long list of items.
Order pizza.
Now, a couple quick ones. Rachel, the first one is actually one that you brought up, which is the 2011 credentials with NACO. I don't know if you want me to go over that, or if you want to take that one.
If we could keep the conversations down while we're continuing, we're trying to get out of here too. Yeah, I will be going to the annual meeting of National Association of Counties in July, and there's a formality about being able to vote for the new officers that I need to have my board approval that I can pick up the voting credentials to be able to vote for in July when I'm there. And so I would like that permission.
You have mine.
You have mine.
Thank you, very good. I was trying to get them to tell me if there was a form or not, but it was just formal permission, so that's all we can do.
George, this one's been a long time coming, but Gold Butte, we actually, there's been some developments there that the applicants have now provided us with easements that are being reviewed by Open Space and Trails, and I believe your office, John, I don't know if they've made it to you guys yet. They're looking at some approvals, so they're motivated to get easement language to us on Gold Butte. So that's under review, and I know it's under review by Open Space and Trail and ComDev, and I think we'll be, if it hasn't already made it to your office, we'll be making it to the attorney's office soon.
So not only easements, but actually it was conveyance, wasn't it? Conveyance of that parcel.
My recollection was that it was a fee conveyance.
Conveyance.
Okay, and the language as used here by Cindy,
but there was a restriction.
easement.
There was a restriction, a use restriction placed on that would be placed on the conveyance, a deed restriction in effect. And but I can't remember off the top of my head how that was to be structured. I haven't
But
seen
it's
it.
more than an easement, though.
Okay, and that's the language I had in the update, so I guess we'll...
And we would, and whatever they're asking, we'll make sure this happens prior to giving them anything that they're asking at this point, yes?
Sure.
That'll be my recommendation.
Yeah. And I think George brought up an issue that I believe we should be forwarding to Lance Clark for potential code amendments. And that is, you go through a very lengthy public hearing approval process, you get to an agreement. All these things that are supposed to convey to the public good and to the county are to be done upon recordation of the final plat. And then years go by and they never record the plat, because so they kind of have the approvals banked, we can use them when we want them, but, and some of these have extended vesting too, so the approvals don't expire, but then those things don't come forward. And, you know, maybe they're just hedging their bets and waiting to change the approval one way or another. But I think we need to have Lance and ComDev look at creating a new trigger, that they either make those commitments come true or not, and then, you know, or their vesting reverts back to 2-year vesting, or the approval goes away if it's not fulfilled within a year or something. I mean, there are probably pros and cons to those approaches I haven't thought of, but we need to get that in the works. So that Middle Ranch was another example with the previous owner. Okay, John, other issues?
Yeah, in the interest of time, there's really nothing that...
Okay, well, I have one or two very small things to also just take care of since I'm leaving town tomorrow. We've all received a letter from, or some email from the, again, National Association of Counties. It's a subgroup, it's kind of a caucus from that, called the Conservation Leaders Network. And they had asked us if we, as individual commissioners, would like to sign on to support the Clean Water, I'm not going to say Clean Water Act, because that would be inappropriate. What's happened is that Senator Oberstar was pursuing the Clean Water Renewal Act, and he was not reelected in November. And the real problem is there's a huge limbo about how Clean Water Act laws are applied because of some court cases, Supreme Court cases that made different determinations. And so some people feel that it is just, it's created a huge backlog where the Corps is not willing to issue permits because they're not sure what the ground rules are. And on the other side, other people feel things are not being regulated for dumping of pesticides or filling in wetlands and things like that that should be regulated. So because the gridlock at the federal level on any sort of cleanup legislation, the EPA has now issued and promulgated some rules. So some people, again, would feel it's an end run around creating legislation, and others feel it's well overdue and it's the only way to get something back in place. I'm not asking the board to take a position as a board. We were asked as we, as individuals, wanted to send a letter and put our names on the record as supporting the EPA's rules. And so I personally am interested in doing that. If the board wanted to vote on it as a whole, that's fine. But given that there may not be, I imagine others want more backgrounding, and I fully respect that. But I guess the public comment on the EPA rules is coming up the end of this month, in June. And so that's why I just wanted to make sure people had, and I was under the impression I forwarded to everyone before I went on the water tour as well, but I just didn't formally bring it back to us. So wanted to make everyone aware, and here's the letter from the director of the organization. I think she may have referenced that she had spoken with you, Michael, on the phone. I know she spoke with George, but George had said, let's discuss it as a board, bring it back through the board. So that's the cover letter, and then this is the type of letter that they are requesting, that was for George, for Michael, and that we individually sign on. But as I've kind of mentioned before, the NACO Public Lands Group is fairly heavily dominated by counties that are very interested in extractive industries, and there are more of a limited number of environmentally based environmentalists on that committee. And so this Conservation's Leaders Network is a fairly small subgroup of the larger public lands groups. So I just wanted to give it to you to leave as your own decision. If you'd like to send a letter, Charlotte will put it on Picken County letterhead and then fax it into them. If you don't want to, you don't have to. You can leave it at that. Because I'll be the first to say I don't know everything within the rules that the EPA is now promulgating.
Yeah, no, I remember there was some confusion about some legislation that was being proposed in terms of what would include clean water and healthy watersheds, and then there was a discussion in terms of, well, would a ditch fall under that, and how would that impact the use of those waters? And so it sounded like it was getting a little more complicated at first.
It's very complicated. It's very, and again, you have battling forces on the far left and the far right that you have some places where it's like, well, that spring only runs 4 months a year, so let's fill it in. We don't need that. And yet those types of springs, especially in the arid west, are incredibly important to the ecosystem. And then you have not interfering with a farmer who wants to clean his head gates out on his ditch system. And but again, these court decisions that are listed there, and John might give us a full day on the Clean Water Act one time.
A week.
There's a lot of other examples where there's a sense that important waters are not being protected, and there's just a real lack of clarity, and it's a failure at the federal legislative level. So I'm not here to lobby one way or the other. I just want to make sure that it was something as chair I brought to everyone for their opportunity to participate if they wanted to.
Rachel, my recollection is that we sent a letter.
That was back when it was the Overstar bill. And now it's not. Now it's the EPA's public hearing on rules.
On their own rules, yeah. If any of the board members want to look at that letter though, it might give a little bit of background. It talked about at least one specific issue for extension of the act. But
it's a real mess, and what kind of concerns me, I've heard some presentations given in good faith by one of the Front Range water providers of why they're totally opposed to the Clean Water Act, because their diversions can lower stream temperature levels so much that it kills the fish, and so they don't want temperature standards or oxygen standards or all of these other little things. So it all depends on what side of the coin you're on any given day. There's good and bad to it, but again, that's that. John, I was going to check, did we send Picken County comments to the IBCC report?
Yes.
Okay, we did. Because the 1177 Basin, as the Colorado Basin, is trying to determine if they want to send comments as a whole. And I think they've been kind of asked, the Basin Roundtable have been asked to comment as a Basin Roundtable. We sent ours as individuals.
Right.
if you would like to forward our comments to Jim Pocrant with the River District, because next Monday, they will be having that 1177 meeting, and so they could at least look at the comments we made as a potential template as they consider that. I don't know where that's gone. That process has gotten a little confusing after the 4-Basin Roundtable. And then the last item I want to mention is I had heard from Mike Sladden with the Powder to the People organization, and he had contacted me right before I went on the water tour, but just left me a voicemail and said he'd be following up and sending the board an email later. And then I went on the water tour, and I did mention this to John before I left. We filed our protest. We were concerned with a couple of areas as the travel management plan affected Picken County. And we did not really discuss the whole gentleman's agreement and things like that when we discussed our protest. So I asked John if he could bring that up before we finalized things last week in my absence, in our absence, to say, did the board want to mention the gentleman's agreement or not in our protest letter. Anyhow, I separate from that, I just got an email from him last night with a couple of documents of what their concerns are and what their protest was, and some potential partnerships they see with Picken County going forward. And so when I get home, I will forward those to John and have John forward them to the board. So you'll know where that was coming from and why. That's just all I'm saying. Now, I don't know if you had a chance to check in with the board
No, we did not
in
have
that
that
Tuesday, because I know Chris was working on the protest letter, and that's what happens when you're trying to pass a lot of information on. Okay, so those are the only things I had for open discussion. Did anybody else have anything for open discussion? Rob.
Just real quickly to follow up, because I briefly had this discussion with John. And I know that as a board and as individuals, as elected officials, we have to act quickly and responsibly. And at first glance on this letter, there's nothing that I say, this, all seems, but there's a lot of stuff I'd like to research.
Exactly.
And I just wonder if we couldn't just have when possible, a slightly more formal way of getting letters through us, as opposed to open discussion in MOIs, where we at least have the weekend to read and research, so that we're not. I know you're not asking us to take action on this here.
I forwarded this a week ago.
But
I just had it reprinted.
I missed it for some reason. I don't know why. And I'm not. It's not particularly about this letter. I'm just saying, because I had this conversation with John a week ago.
Sure.
With an MOI, we can at least we have the weekend to look at it, and that's what normally happens, and that sort of thing. So just a thought.
Yeah, no, I appreciate that. I was pretty sure I had forwarded before I left. Through Charlotte to just ask board members, but I've been having some weird stuff on my email lately. I'm not getting things that I had asked about too. Okay, has anybody else got anything? And I'll try to work with that. Okay, then we would now have that chance to go back into executive session. I think there was a couple of small matters. John, we had to close out so quickly.
Only one, actually, and it was a discussion regarding the BLM leases for gas exploration and extraction in the upper Thompson Creek Valley, which is a tributary to the Crystal River, of course, and this would be pursuant to CRS 246402-4B, purposes of communication, advice, and direction to your council.
Okay. Is there a motion to go into executive session for the stated purposes?
So moved.
Is there a second?
Second.
Okay, all in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Aye. Okay, we will break for a moment to allow grassroots. We are in executive session now to break down your equipment, and then we'll just reconvene here and finish this off. Which reminds me, I just got an email this morning from